Good morning. This meeting scheduled for April 10th, 2023 for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has been called to order. First, I'd like to say good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to, I don't see any non-committee members as yet. Good morning. Good morning, testifiers and the listening and viewing audience, legislative staff. First, I would like to begin by expressing my deepest sympathy to Virgin Islands families who have been mourning over the last month. To the family and friends of the colleagues of Rolando Hueltes, who's being laid to rest today, I express my deepest sympathy. His life exemplified servant leadership. I am also saddened to offer my condolences to the family of Alexander Peterson Jr., the father of my Chief of Staff, Alakisha Joy Peterson Benison. Mr. Peterson was a loving, caring son, brother, father, grandfather, family member. I can certainly attest to the fact that his influence in the lives of Joy, Gregory, and their children will be missed. As I used to hear him call her all the time, his baby girl. So may he rest in peace. It is my privilege and honor to congratulate our very own Virgin Islander, Aaliyah Boston, for being drafter as the 2023 WNBA draft number 1, South Carolina Most Decorated Star, as she was selected number 1 overall by Indiana Fever. The Indiana Fever made it official and selected Virgin Islanders former National Player of the Year, Aaliyah Boston, with number 1 overall pick in 2023 WNBA draft on Monday night at Spring Studios. The South Carolina Center is the team's first number 1 selection in the league of history after the Fever won the lottery for the first time. In November, Aaliyah, we are proud of you in the Virgin Islands. Virgin Islanders send a prayer and a positive vibes to Aaliyah as she begins this new journey. On a critical note, colleagues, our territory maintains some of the strictest laws, rules, and regulations on gun licensure and acquisition. As families in the state of Kentucky mourn the loss of 5 persons who lost their lives to gun violence in yesterday's mass shooting, and also to include Tennessee, I urge that we all pay attention and be mindful. Take the necessary steps now so that we can remain ahead of the curve and consistent on our community's gun culture. Today's meeting has 4 blocks. That includes 1 nominee and 4 bills. Our testifiers are seated. And now we are ready to proceed. Madam Clerk, you may proceed with the roll call.
Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Present.
Senator Capehart, present. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolquez Jr. present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph present. Senator Milton Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Madam Chair, we have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'll ask the testifiers to make sure that you turn off your cell phones. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into record from any committee member?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Dated April 11th to the Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chairman of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, from Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Dear Senator Capehart, I hope this correspondence reaches you in the best of health and spirits. Please be advised that my arrival will be slightly delayed for today's hearing of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I will be attending the celebration of life service and paying my last respects to the Virgin Islands Police Sergeant Rolando Huertas. I thank you in advance for your understanding and look forward to participating in today's hearing. Sincerely, Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator. From Senator Maurice C. James, Esquire, to the Honorable Diane T. Capehart, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, dated April 11th, 2023. Dear Senator Capehart, due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be late in attending the Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled for today, April 11th at 10 a.m. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kind regards, Maurice C. James, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read the agenda into record? Is there any correspondence to be read? Are there any correspondence to be read into the record from any testifiers?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Testifiers at this time, I will just ask that you identify your name and pull the mic close to you so the stenographer would hear everything. Yes, point of personal privilege.
Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to the people of the territory. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My point of personal privilege is to acknowledge Officer Rolando Huertas on the passing, but also to acknowledge Michelle Smith in her accomplishment of 2 gold medals in Bahamas. And if you saw the second race in the 800, Michelle Smith blew them away. This young lady have just potentials that's going to continue putting the Virgin Islands on the spotlight. So I definitely want to recognize her. And also Aliyah Boston, which you already mentioned. But I wanted to make sure we pay attention to Michelle Smith. Already got 2 gold medals in the Carafta Games in the Bahamas. She did awesome, especially in that 800. I mean, everybody, she stayed in the middle of the pack. And when the time come to come home, she put it on. The young lady from Haiti make a charge, and Michelle Smith looked up in the cameras and saw this young lady coming. Oh, she blew them away. It was no match coming home. No one was close to Michelle Smith when she crossed the finish line. So she really is striving for big things, and the Virgin Islands could look forward in having her as a definitely ambassador in track and field. And we have been doing big things in sports. And this young lady is going to continue to shine that light on the Virgin Islands. So congratulations to Michelle Smith on her 2 gold medals that she already won. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Yes, we must be proud of our young Virgin Islanders who are in the arena of sports. At this time, I'd like to take a quick recess so we could deal with some sound issues here. So let me see. That sounds real better. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda into record.
To all members, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, the Honorable Milton E. Potter, Vice Chair, the Honorable Angel L. Boquez Jr., Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Honorable Marie C. James, Honorable Franklin D. Johnson, Honorable Carla J. Joseph. From the Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, Chair, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, dated April 4th, 2023, regarding the Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled for Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is scheduled to meet on Tuesday, April 11th at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Conference Room, located at 3022 Estate Golden Rock, St. Croix, VI 00820, to receive testimony on the following. Block 1, Governor's nomination of Mr. Aaron Hutchins, Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees. Governor's nomination of Celestina White, Virgin Islands Port Authority Governing Board. Carol Thomas Jacobs, Esquire, Virgin Islands Superior Court Judge, St. Thomas District. Willard John, Virgin Islands Port Authority Governing Board. Block 2, Bill number 35-0010, an act honoring and commending Mr. Aloy Wenti Nielsen for his years of service to the Virgin Islands community and naming the Christiansted Bypass in his honor, making a $10,000 appropriation from the general fund for signage at Aloy Nielsen Bypass and for other related purposes. Sponsored by Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Novelli Francis Jr., and Kenneth Gittins. Co-sponsored by Marie C. James. Bill number 35-0017, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Suntech Group, Inc., Incorporated, DBA St. Thomas Gas for parcel number 4, submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 27,732.393 U.S. square feet or 0.637 U.S. acres, as shown on the PWD file number D9-1426-T78, to be used for the purpose of operating a trucking, transportation, delivery, and retail business of bottled propane gas and for no other purpose, sponsored by Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Bill number 35-0018, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and A9 Trucking Enterprises Incorporated and Sarnelli Brothers, VI Incorporated, DBA VI Recycling Company, sponsored by Senators Novel E. Francis Jr. and Donna Fred Gregory. Bill number 35-0019, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Telephone Corporation, DBA VIA, for a portion of a telecommunication tower and bunker in building number 1, suite 2, parcel number 6, Recovery Hill, Company Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of a telecommunications tower and a 9-foot by 8-foot room and bunker, zoned P, for the establishment and operation of wireless link connections, and to the house associated equipment in the 9-foot by 8-foot bunker, and for no other purposes whatsoever, sponsored by Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Block number 3, Bill number 35-0025, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement and Anthony Isaac, DBA Ace Trucking and Trash Removal, sponsored by Angel L. Bolquez Jr. and Novel E. Francis Jr. Bill number 35-0049, an act amending Title VII, Chapter 1 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding Subchapter 8, establishing a local food and farm council in accordance with Mandate 5 of the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan, sponsored by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory and Angel Bolquez Jr. Bill number 35-0055, an act amending Title VII of the Virgin Islands Code pertaining to school curriculum in elementary and secondary schools, sponsored by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Block number 4, Bill number 35-0026, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code relating to insurers becoming members of a federal home loan bank and matters relating thereto, sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 35-0050, an act amending Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 7 by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding Subchapter 2, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education for budgetary purposes, amending Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 3092A, changing the Education Maintenance Fund to the School Construction Maintenance and Capital Fund, and making an appropriation of $2,500,000 from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund to the School Construction Maintenance and Capital Fund and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senators Donna A. Fred Gregory, Maurice C. James, and Angel Bolquez Jr. Bill number 35-0054, an act amending Title I Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, Section 103B, relating to the Centennial Treasures Award to provide for a single lump sum award payment, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Bill number 35-0013, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 35, relating to the issuance of operators' licenses and identification cards to allow applicants to obtain limited local purpose identification cards and operators' licenses without providing certain federally required documentation, is sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. Madam Chair, that ends the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I would proceed with the testifiers, beginning with our first testifier, who is sitting in our St. Thomas well, Celestino White for the Virgin Islands Port Authority Governing Board. If you can...
Motion, Madam Chair.
Motion, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0013 be removed from the current agenda and held in committee at the call of the chair for further action and consideration. I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second by Senator Carla Joseph. Madam Chair.
Second.
So motion made by Senator Bolquez, seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel Bolquez Jr.,
Yay.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens absent. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator Maurice C. James absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes. Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter,
Yes.
Senator Milton Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yay, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion carries, and this bill will be held in Committee of Rules and Judiciary. So, testifier on St. Thomas, you can proceed with your testimony. The Honorable Celestina White, you may proceed.
Yeah, very well. Thank you. Before I begin, let me say that everyone is well aware that I'm a very shy person and I don't like public attention, so bear with me if I sound a little nervous being before a crowd.
I know you got this.
That was just a joke. Good morning, Honorable Senator Diane C. Capehart, Chairperson of the 35th Legislature Committee on Rules and Judiciary. To all other distinguished senators of the 35th Legislature, and I'm seeing present Senator Bogles, Senator Potter, Senator Joseph, and I know on St. Croix, Senator Johnson, and the esteemed chair, Senator Capehart. And to all the legislative staff, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Celestino Antonio White Sr., also known as Tony, Malting, and Start Over. I'm a native son who hails from Paul and Pearson Garden. I'm a graduate of the Charlotte Amalie High School, class of 1965, and I'm particularly proud of my master's degree in common sense and my PhD in street sense from the School of Hard Knocks. I am a military veteran who served 4 years with the United States Air Force, assigned to the 377 Security Police Squadron, and served in the Republic of Vietnam. Upon my honorable discharge in 1969, I joined the Virgin Islands Police Department and held all uniform ranks, including the highest uniform position of Chief of Police. I left the police department with 23 years of service and was elected by the people of St. Thomas, St. John District to serve as a senator for 11 terms, which is the equivalent of 22 years. As a senator, I was the chairman of the Housing Committee for 5 terms, the majority leader for 5 terms, and advocated for initiatives that benefited the people of this territory. I have over 42 years of experience in government budget planning, strategic planning, policy making, and governance. As a part of the Port Authority Board of Governors, I serve primarily as a policymaker and provide advice and guidance to the executive director who oversees the day-to-day operations. The Port Authority has been one of the most active government agencies and has successfully executed an aggressive capital project program to improve the territory's port infrastructure. Renovation of the Laradan Boyne dock on Cruise Bay St. John began in February. The funding for this project was provided by this body and will improve this essential port for thousands of residents and visitors who travel on a daily basis through the port and through St. John. The restroom at the Ormond Fredericks Marine Terminal in Red Hook, St. Thomas, also began last month at the airport. The new $28.9 million parking and transportation service is expected to be partially completed by late summer or early fall. This new parking center will significantly help to alleviate the lack of parking at the King Airport. On St. Croix, both the Garden A. Finch and Wilfred Bumba Alec Port and Transshipment Center now have new cargo terminals, and the old warehouses at Gallard Bay are scheduled to be removed as VI Port Authority prepares to transform those ports into a facility center around passengers, ferries, and luxury mini cruise vessels. Repairs to the storm panels and the tender landing pier started last month at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility, which is a cruise port in Frederick St. Croix. The Port Authority has been successful in its negotiation with Royal Caribbean Group to triple the number of cruise visitors to St. Croix. Executive Director Carlton Dow and his staff, under the guidance of the VI Port Authority Board, continued efforts to enhance the tourism product in both districts. The former VI Port Authority Engineering building at the Henry S. Rolson Airport in St. Croix is being renovated to relocate tenants from the damaged airport cargo facilities. Viper also completed an extension of the passenger waiting lounge at the Hera Terminal in December 2021. The authority is currently seeking partners with a private company to continue the modernization of expansion of both Hara and Sika, which is the airport on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Our airports must be able to accommodate travelers and provide amenities the traveling public has come to expect in modern times. The lack of airlift between St. Thomas and St. Croix as well has limited airline options to travel between the U.S. Virgin Islands and others in the Caribbean has become a major issue affecting residents and our tourism industry. It is a challenge that the board and the executive director has been aggressively addressing, including approving an airline incentive program for new airlifts. The board recently met with a new airline providing service between St. Thomas and Dominican Republic, which is known as Sky High Aviation. While we are excited about this new airlift, I asked the officials of Skyline Aviation to seriously consider adding St. Croix to the list of Caribbean destinations. I was pleased with their response that this is in their plans, and they hope to make this a reality in the very near future. I am also aware of current negotiations that we hope will provide new service connecting St. Croix and St. Thomas. Before I conclude my testimony, allow me to personally thank this body, the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and the Brian Roach administration for their support continually on appropriations, which total over $10 million over the past 2 years. This success we are seeing at our port is evident of what can be accomplished when all branches of government work together. Allow me to commend Executive Director Carlton Dow for his exemplary, with emphasis, exemplary leadership at the authority, as well to his management team, and indeed the 365 plus employees at the port who are the main drivers of what goes on down there, the grassroots men and women. for their innovation and hard work over the last few challenging years. Madam Chair and members of this committee, before I conclude, I omitted a paragraph from my prepared testimony that I will make a part of the record and have run off to give to you, which I like to read at this time. I would also like to commend my good friend, the mighty Wagi, who this past Sunday night won for the 7th time the Boy a Boy, Big Man a Big Man Calypso competition. However, mighty Wagi lied on the Port Authority employees when he stated in his song that the employees at Port Authority call him all the time to ask him, when will Celestino White retire permanently? He said in his song that the employees call him because they want to know if my pension is not enough. And all I do at the Port Authority at the board meeting is I go to sleep. Wagi, mighty Wagi, stop telling untruth on the port outstanding staff. Like the rest of the Virgin Islands people, they all love Celestino White at the port, just like all the people of the Virgin Islands. I have many miles still to go before I sleep. Mighty Wagi, you need to start over that verse. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. Thank you, committee members and the listening public for your indulgence. And I prepare myself now for any questions that you have. But please, I will feel good if particularly you support me on the verse of Wagi that was not true. I'm wide awake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Celestino White, for your point of personal privilege. Now I'll ask for testimony from Ms. Carol Thomas Jacob, Esquire, for the Virgin Islands Superior Court Judge, St. Thomas District. You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairwoman Diane Capehart, members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and to those of you listening and viewing today. My name is Carol Thomas Jacobs, and I was nominated by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. to serve as a judge of the Superior Court in the District of St. Thomas, St. John. I want to thank Governor Bryan for nominating me to such a prodigious position. I also want to thank the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for scheduling this hearing and for considering my nomination as a Superior Court judge. To all those persons in the community who called, sent emails and text messages, prayed for me, and otherwise took the time to stop and congratulate me in person, thank you for your support and well wishes. I am truly humbled and honored to be selected for appointment to the Virgin Islands Judiciary and for the outpouring of support for my nomination by the community. For those of you who are unfamiliar with me, I was born in Antigua 54 years ago, and I'm the last of 9 children of my late parents, John and Serene Thomas. I'm here testifying before you because they instilled in me the value of education, hard work, courage, sacrifice, and integrity. My husband, Terrence Jacobs, who I've been married to for 29 years, is here with me today. He has stood by me and supported me throughout my career while I juggled work and motherhood. The Virgin Islands has been our home for the last 26 years. My husband is a graduate of the University of the Virgin Islands, and our children, Kaji and Jaden, were raised in the Virgin Islands. My daughter, Kaji graduated from All Saints Cathedral School and went on to attend Cornell University and Columbia University in New York. My son, Jaden, is a graduate of the Charlotte Tamale High School and recently graduated from Penn State University. My connection to the Virgin Islands did not begin when my immediate family and I moved to the Virgin Islands in 1997. Like many immigrants from the Eastern Caribbean, my parents worked in the Virgin Islands in the 1960s and 1970s. From an early age, my parents have impressed upon me the transformative effect of education and encouraged me to pursue my educational goals. In 1990, I graduated from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus in Barbados with a Bachelor of Arts in History and Social Studies with education, with honors. 3 years later, I began my legal education when I returned to the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, and obtained a Bachelor of Laws degree with honors in 1995. From 1995 to 97, I attended the Norman Manley Law School in Jamaica. It was after I graduated from Norman Manley that I moved with my family to St. Thomas. I'm admitted to practice law in 2 jurisdictions in the United States. In July 1998, I took and passed the New York State Bar examination and was sworn in to the New York Bar on January 26, 1999. 4 months later, I was specially admitted to practice law in the courts of the Virgin Islands as an Assistant Attorney General. In 2008, I took and passed the Virgin Islands Bar examination and was sworn in as a regularly admitted attorney on October 24, 2008. I'm also a member of the District Court of the Virgin Islands and the Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. For nearly 24 years, I have actively practiced law in the Virgin Islands, and I have been an attorney in good standing in both Virgin Islands and New York. When I first moved to the Virgin Islands, I worked at the law offices of Desmond Maynard, providing support to the attorneys in that firm. I began working at the Department of Justice as an Assistant Attorney General in the Civil Division in May 1999, when Iris Trudiron served as the Attorney General. I was promoted to Chief of the Civil Division in 2007, when Vincent Fraser served as the Attorney General, and I remained in that capacity until 2014, when I was transferred to the Criminal Division for several months before I was asked to return as the head of the Civil Division. I was promoted to Deputy Attorney General in 2016 under Attorney General Claude Walker, and was promoted to Chief Deputy Attorney General in 2020, while Dennis George served as the Attorney General. I was appointed Acting Attorney General for several months at the beginning of the Brian Roach administration, and again, most recently, at the beginning of the second term of the Brian Roach administration. My meritorious rise in the Department of Justice from Assistant Attorney General to Acting Attorney General, and now a Superior Court Judge nominee, has been steadfast and constant, irrespective of the administration. My promotions to the ranks at the Department of Justice are a testament to my hard work, depth of my knowledge of Virgin Islands law, non-partisan approach to my work, ability to work with others, and my commitment to serving this community. Serving as an attorney at the Department of Justice has been challenging, but extremely rewarding. In many instances, I've had the privilege to work on high-profile and some of the most impactful cases in the Virgin Islands, cases that have shaped the culture and operations of government agencies, established government-wide policies and procedures, ensure the integrity of our election system, affected the revenue generation capacity of the territory, and set precedent. Notably, I have represented the government at varying times during my career on several consent decrees: the Special Education Consent Decree, the Virgin Islands Real Property Tax Consent Decree, the Government Employment Retirement System Consent Decree, the Virgin Islands Police Department Consent Decree, and the Bureau of Corrections Consent Decrees. These cases are some of the most complex and far-reaching cases as they require institutional reform at all levels of the agency, adherence to constitutional requirements, implementation of policy, training, and modernization of operations. The Special Education Consent Decree, the Virgin Islands Real Property Tax Consent Decree, the Government Employment Retirement System Consent Decree, and the training section of the VIPD Consent Decree were all terminated or resolved during my representation of the government. I've served as counsel for the government in several complex tax cases affecting the revenue generation capacity of the territory. These cases include constitutional challenges to the excise tax, the environmental infrastructure impact fee or timeshare tax, the real property tax rate on different types of real properties in the Virgin Islands. I've also represented the government in actions to enforce our zoning laws, our building code, election laws, consumer protection statutes, and provisions of the Criminally Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. I have served as lead Assistant Attorney General on nearly every income generating lawsuit that has been filed by the government since my tenure at DOJ, including, but not limited to, the Terminex lawsuit, Takata-related actions, opioid cases, and the Jeffrey Epstein estate SECO lawsuit and related actions. These cases combined total over $200 million in settlement funds to the territory. I've also resolved many breach of contract, tort, employment discrimination, sexual harassment, use of excessive force, Section 1983, and Title VII lawsuit filed against the government and its officials, saving the territory millions of dollars. When I was assigned to the criminal division, I had a full criminal caseload and attended or handled several criminal proceedings, including status conferences, advice of rights, arraignment, change of pleas, sentencing hearings, modification of bail, and suppression hearings. I've also represented the government in habeas corpus cases filed by sentenced offenders. In my role as Deputy Attorney General, Chief Deputy Attorney General, or Acting Attorney General, I supervise all attorneys in the Attorney General's office. In some instances, I discuss case strategy with prosecutors, and prosecutors seek authorization and input from me on the filing and resolution of major criminal cases. Besides my work at the Department of Justice, I've served this community in other capacities. I've been an instructor at the Virgin Islands Police Academy, where I taught constitutional law, legal updates, and provided training on the preponderance of the evidence standard to Virgin Islands Police Department investigating supervisors. I've served as a part-time faculty at the University of the Virgin Islands for more than a decade and taught legal and criminal justice courses such as Introduction to Criminal Justice, Criminal Law, Civil Procedure, Administration of Justice, and Juvenile Justice. Since 2015, I've been an ethics instructor for the Certified Public Manager Program at UVI. As such, I've had to keep abreast of the major rulings by the Virgin Islands Supreme Court and the United States Supreme Court. As a tennis family in the Virgin Islands, my husband and I are very active in the tennis community. We have provided coaching and mentorship to junior tennis players in St. Thomas for many years. We have organized or served as officials at junior tennis clinics and tournaments at the various tennis facilities in the Virgin Islands, and have taken junior tennis players to Puerto Rico, Santo Domingo, and Mexico to compete in tennis tournaments. Last year, I had the opportunity to serve as a facilitator with the Attorney General's Alliance Africa program, teaching and educating lawyers in Africa about our legal system, practices, and our laws, and learning about the legal system in some African nations. being able to give back in some small way to the African diaspora has been a very enlightening and rewarding experience for me. My work experience, background, involvement in the community, education and training have prepared me to be a compassionate, competent, fair, independent, and impartial judge, capable of handling any type of case, whether civil or criminal, that I may be assigned as a Superior Court judge. If confirmed as a Superior Court judge, I will serve as the gatekeeper of justice, adhering to the Constitution, the rules of the court, and the laws of the Virgin Islands. I will follow constitutional principles to prevent the wrongful conviction of persons, ensure that the guilty receives the appropriate punishment, and order remedies so that those who have been wronged civilly are made whole. I will approach each matter with an open mind, decide each case on the facts and the law without fear or favor, and uphold the rule of law. I will act with integrity, be respectful and courteous to all those who enter my courtroom, irrespective of economic status, age, race, gender, or ethnicity. As a judge, I will not only have to decide cases, but I will have to manage my docket and courtroom to ensure that cases are resolved within a reasonable time. I've been a manager at the Department of Justice for most of my career, and I believe that my experience makes me well equipped and prepared to manage a docket of cases I will be assigned. If confirmed, I will work with members of the judiciary to ensure the fair and impartial administration of justice. I respectfully request that the Committee on Rules and Judiciary forward my nomination to the Committee of the Whole for confirmation. Thank you. That concludes my formal remarks. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Thomas Jacobs. Now I'll proceed with the next testifier, Mr. Willard John for the Port Authority Governing Board. You may proceed with your testimony.
A pleasant good morning, Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chairperson of the 35th Legislature Committee on Rules and Judiciary. To the other distinguished members of the committee, the legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Willard John. I am a resident of St. Croix and a native of St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. It is an honor to be nominated by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. to be reappointed to the Virgin Islands Port Authority's Board of Governors as a representative of the beautiful island that I call home. I am a retired educator who has served the Virgin Islands Department of Education for 38 years as a vocational counselor, cultural education specialist, coordinator of the St. Croix Adult Education Center, coordinator of the St. Croix Skills Center, assistant principal, and principal of the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center, and a retired principal of the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. My community involvement includes 38 years as a member of the Rotary Club of St. Croix Mid-Isle and a member of the Board of Directors of the Frederiksted Federal Credit Union. I am also a board member of the St. Croix Foundation for Community Development. As a culture bearer, I have represented the Virgin Islands throughout the world as an ambassador of USVI culture. I am the founder and artistic director of the Guardians of Culture, Moko Jumbis, for the past 30 years. I am also the president of Jumbi Productions, Inc., a company that provides entertainment booking, event management, film location management, production, and consulting services. My past and current experience in education and local culture is a unique and important asset to the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board. I was elected last year and this year to serve as the chairman of the Viper Board of Governors. As chair, I work closely with Executive Director Carlton Dow and the Royal Caribbean Group to improve our cruise and tourism product in both districts. I signed on behalf of the board ratifying an addendum to the existing 10-year peers usage agreement between Viper and the Royal Caribbean Group that was executed in June of 2016. The revised agreement includes an increase in the rate of the per passenger port fees paid to berth at the cruise ports on St. Thomas and St. Croix. There are 72 scheduled cruise ship calls to St. Croix this season, a projected growth of 180% in cruise visitor arrivals in comparison to the 50,000 passengers that visited St. Croix in 2019. I am involved on a regular basis in our port tourism activities and present at the Frederiksted Pier for about 80% of the cruise ship arrivals to observe the operations and service provided to our guests. I must emphasize that I'm not there to micromanage operations. Executive Director Carlton Dow and his staff run an efficient operation at the ports across the territory. Rather, I use my on-site observations to formulate policies that may correct any deficiencies observed that may help improve the visitor experience. One deficiency that I have noticed is in the taxi and tour operations of St. Croix. While this is not directly under the purview of the Port Authority, it does significantly impact our tourism product. Consequently, I am working with the Royal Caribbean Group to establish a training academy for taxi drivers in St. Croix. Drivers will receive training in U.S. Virgin Islands history, culture, and customer service. This endeavor is funded by the $10,000 contribution from Royal Caribbean Group that will help coach our local drivers to become experts in their fields and provide an accurate and more pleasant tour experience for their customers. Under the leadership of Executive Director Dow, the Virgin Islands Port Authority has started and completed a myriad of port infrastructure improvement projects. The cruise port in Frederiksted is currently undergoing repairs that will improve the appearance and safety of the dock. On February 7, 2023, Viper's contractor started the reconstruction of the South Tender Pier landing, used by tour operators, divers, and other small vessels. I would like to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and his administration for the $2.05 million appropriation to repair the Tender Landing Pier. The storm panels that protect the pier are also being replaced, made possible via a $400,000 appropriation provided by the legislature. Viper expects to complete the paving of the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier Marine Terminal by September 2023. This new cargo facility features 5 bays, all of which have tenant commitments to occupy. The paving was initially removed from the project as a cost-saving measure. However, this body has funded the pavement in the amount of $679,250. Once completed, this will provide a safer driving surface for the cargo trucks and other vehicles that use the facility. On behalf of the board, I thank the body for the resources to complete this project. Viper has also completed the construction of a new cargo terminal at the Wilfred Bumba Alec Port and Transshipment Center, also known as the Container Port. This new 42,000 square foot terminal replaces an old warehouse that was destroyed in the storms in 2017. The terminal has 10 bays, and Viper Port Management Department has confirmed that 7 of the bays already have committed letters from tenants. Viper will open its facility within the next 30 to 60 days once a certificate of occupancy is received. Air service between St. Croix and St. Thomas has become a major concern, affecting government, businesses, and pleasure travel in the territory. I am pleased to report that the Port Authority's board is addressing this matter. If I am reappointed to the board, I will continue to work with Director Dow and his staff to bring new airlift and some relief to the residents of St. Croix, who has been plagued with the unavailability of flights to St. Thomas and other Caribbean islands. Executive Director Dow expects to have good news to report on this front, and that good news really is this company called Fly the Whale, who's going to be providing service between St. Thomas and St. Croix with 9-seat planes. They're going to start out with 3 planes, and they're currently operating in Florida and the Bahamas, and there will be headquarters here in St. Croix. The authority is excited about the new airlift between St. Thomas and Santo Domingo, provided by Sky High Aviation Dominicana, that started on March 27. Cape Air also started a new service connecting St. Thomas and Nevis. Viper is also actively engaging in soliciting a private entity to partner with the Port Authority to modernize and expand both the Cyril King Airport in St. Thomas and the Henry Rosen Airport on St. Croix. The partnership will provide a financial means to fund the expansion of both terminals to include amenities such as jet bridges, the new concession spaces, passenger luxury lounges, and other modern amenities. Viper is also improving the ports on St. John and St. Thomas. One of the major port projects on St. John is a renovation of the Loredan L. Boynes Senior Dock on Cruise Bay, the primary port of entry to the island and one of the busiest ports in the USVI. Viper is also actively working on the design for a fisherman's facility on St. John and a community park at Enide Pond. These projects were all funded through the appropriations from this body. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony. I appreciate the opportunity to serve the people of this territory and enthusiastically look forward to returning to the Port Authority's board to continue our work to improve the territory's port infrastructure and formulate policies that will ensure that the U.S. Virgin Islands remain one of the most popular destinations in the world. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Willard John, for your testimony. Now we would proceed with Mr. Aaron Hutchins, Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Rules and Judiciary Committee, non-committee members, legislative staff present, fellow testifiers, and members of the viewing and listening public. I'm Aaron Hutchins. I've been nominated by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. to the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees. I am thankful to Governor Bryan for this nomination, and I believe I am very well suited for this role. I'm anxious and eager to help advance a VI Territorial Park system. I am a product of the Virgin Islands, and I've lived on both St. Croix and St. Thomas. I was born on St. Croix and pretty much began exploring as soon as I could crawl. While I have significantly explored our islands, including offshore keys, I continue to fall in love with the many new-to-me nooks and crannies each year. I consider myself both a waterman and a bushman, as well as an entrepreneur and perpetual community servant. In the Virgin Islands, I have worked as a scientific diver, as well as a trail builder, a technocrat, an advocate, an educator, and even an expert witness on several occasions. I have decades of experience in outdoor recreation and natural resource management, private business, public agency, and nonprofit organization leadership. I am most at peace in nature, and I love educating all ages about the nature and culture of our islands. I launched and co-own an outdoor tour company, which has provided over 16,000 fantastic guest experiences, primarily on bicycles and trails, to locals and visitors, as well as targeted youth programs. Combined, our guests have pedaled or hiked over 200,000 miles on St. Croix over the years. My career spans 25 years and includes over 10 significant years with the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources as an engineer, a program manager, a division director, and as an environmental program administrator in the Office of the Commissioner. For the following 7 years, I directed the Nature Conservancy's Caribbean program operations in the U.S. and British Virgin Islands, and I launched the Puerto Rico program. I also founded and continue to develop and operate multiple businesses across 5 locations in St. Thomas and in St. Croix, to include Leatherback Brewing Company, Caribbean Crafted Distribution and Logistics Company, as well as Island Life Adventures, Bike Shop, and Tour Company. I attended the Good Hope School, Drexel University, and Duke University. I have degrees in ecology, civil engineering, and environmental management. I am a huge fan of the University of Virgin Islands, continue to interact with several of its numerous programs, and have served as an advisor to the UVI's Masters of Marine and Environmental Science program. I have also served on the board of the Trust for Virgin Islands Lands, and am past president of the Virgin Islands Cycling Federation and Virgin Islands Cycling Team Manager. I co-founded and continue to perform volunteer leadership for the Virgin Islands Trail Alliance, which is a significant contemporary contributor to publicly accessible trails and parks on private and public lands. The work I anticipate doing as a member of the Territorial Parks Board is an evolution of my professional contributions to our community and my life experiences. I've been involved in working continuously in various ways towards the manifestation of a territorial park system, along with many great people and organizations since my early career at DPNR, and have successfully carried this effort with me spanning public, nonprofit, and private sectors active in the Virgin Islands. Nature is our island's treasure that significantly drives our economy and contributes immensely to our well-being. Many past and present efforts harness these notions, and our proximity to our outdoors intertwines deeply with our daily lives. The locally driven park system will better organize, identify, access, and enhance quality experiences that will help build knowledge, appreciation, and sustainment of our own paradise. While this is certainly something for Alawi, it is much bigger. It is sowing the seeds and creating a durable framework for stewardship of our shared and precious natural and cultural resources for the benefit of generations to come. It is an honor and a pleasure to be considered and vetted by this body for my role in the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees. Thank you, Senator Capehart, and thanks to the 35th Legislature for this opportunity. This is truly doing what I love.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins, for your testimony. At this time, I would ask my colleagues that you ask your questions to our testifiers at this time. The order that we are going to go is Senator Bolkus, you're number 1. Number 2 would be Senator Franklin Johnson. Then proceeding with Senator Carla Joseph, and then Senator Milton Potter. So, Mr. Senator Johnson, you may proceed with Senator Bolkus on St. Thomas. You may proceed with 7 minutes. If we need a second round, I'll determine that at that time. 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to all of the testifiers. And before I start, I didn't take a point of personal privilege, but I just really wanted to say, on April 2nd, I believe, a 66-year-old man by the name of Milton Gordon, also known as Bobo, who was a harmless, homeless individual, was murdered, killed on the island of St. Croix. And this incident, in my opinion, is an all-time low. You know, it makes me think what our society is coming to when those who can't even take care of themselves or fend for themselves are dealt with in such an offensive and deadly manner. And while we do not know all the details, I am very disturbed about this disregard for human life concerning this incident. And I extend my condolences to the family and friends of that fallen individual and pray that the guilty are found and prosecuted accordingly. But the tone of the day is a bit different than my statement. I want to start out by saying I am without reservation or doubt with all of the nominees in this block. I commend the governor and his administrative team for the selections because they're all ultimately capable. First of all, I want to start off with Senator White, former Senator White. Thank you for your years of service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. Your years of service as an Air Force officer, a police department officer, a chief, a senator, a governing board member speaks immensely on the volumes of your experience and your capacity and your capability and your endurance in public leadership. Me and Kewa Wagi say. So I want to say, to you, former Senator White, you know, I'm sure you're intimately knowledgeable on what's going on with Viper. You know, you have such a multifaceted career, and the experience that comes along with that is very invaluable. Again, I commend you for that. I'm sure you're aware of all the operational and administrative challenges that Viper deals with on a day-to-day basis. And as a governor, you should also, I believe you have a current tenure there right now, currently?
That is correct.
That is correct.
My three-year term has expired.
It has expired, so now it's going to be renewed. And so could you please inform us what you would consider to be your most current challenging concern in the maritime or the aviation, both maritime and aviation industries, as it were? I know you mentioned a little bit in your testimony, but from a price point standpoint, if you follow me on that, whereas we want to make transportation more accessible and available to our people, what is the greatest challenge there?
Well, you know, I have always said that for some reason, you know, we give the impression as if though Caribbean people are not tourists. So when we speak of tourists, the emphasis is always that person or that traveler coming from Wisconsin, Minnesota, California, and the like. And the Caribbean right here, we have a problem in connecting. As a matter of fact, just connecting St. Thomas to St. Croix. What a challenge that is. And my emphasis on the board every day, every time or every month, every time we have someone that comes before the board seeking to do air travel or sea travel, my emphasis has always been to do, hey, I'm tying you what you're seeking with what you're going to do for St. Thomas and St. Croix to connect us. How are you going to connect Antigua? How are you going to connect St. Kitts? How are you going to connect our Caribbean people? So the biggest challenge for me is to get carriers to buy in, to weigh in, to not only thinking on tourists and travelers from as Californians, as Floridians, as New Yorkers, as people from New Jersey, but from our Caribbean island. So this is my emphasis on the board to connect the Caribbean and definitely to connect our three islands to each other.
Thank you for that statement. And if anybody knows you, that has been your tune for quite some time. And I'm happy to know that you're still on that. And what you said is very important because, for instance, I'll just use an example. Traveling between St. Thomas and St. John on the boat, if you are a resident or a Virgin Islander, you receive a different rate from the tourists when you travel over on the boat. I would much like to see some of that happening with the aviation industry, for example. I know that that will delegate a lot more discussions and so forth, but if it's when we're talking about inter-island transportation, as you just mentioned, you also mentioned the airline incentive program. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, the Port Authority, through its outstanding executive director, the management staff, and the employees, have for a long time put in place an incentive program that would give certain benefits to new operators. In other words, a new airline decide they're going to coming to our islands. They have not been doing this route before, and they now have a desire to do such. The Port Authority has certain write-off or certain privileges, in other words, to put aside certain fees, say like landing fees and so forth. So it's an enticement to get others to come. So the incentive program involves incentives that lower fees. If, in truth and in fact, the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix can be added as a new route. So that is being pushed. Additionally, like you say that, and you're absolutely correct about what you talk about St. John and the different fees. You know, at one time you had even, what do you call them, the seaplane flying into St. John. And I think in this modern time, if used to happen then, it could happen now.
Time.
But the problem I have is with the operators that we have locked in, that is locked in to, what do you call that thing, man? A non-competitive clause where Seaborn, or the group that flies the seaplane, what do you call it?
Silver Airways.
That flies the seaplane has an exclusive that nobody else can operate down there in that dilapidated place that they operate right now. So the executive director and his staff has been very aggressive to see, because we locked in to a contractual agreement, but they have been very aggressive to see if somehow they could get the seaplane to move off of that exclusivity. You heard a big word, 5 syllables. I'm moving up, and to see if we could get others in here.
Thank you, sir, and I commend you again and look forward to voting in the affirmative for you. I'd like to move over to the Big Island now, and good morning to all of the
Senator
testifiers over
Bolkes.
there. I'd like to start
Bolkes.
with
Senator
Attorney Carl
Bolkes.
Thomas Jacobs, Esquire. Your
Senator
appointment is a
Bolkes.
testimony.
Your 7 minutes was called.
Oh, it was called. It was called.
You
I
took your
apologize,
whole-
Madam Chair. I didn't hear
was
it over
even
here.
lenient because we didn't even start the time. So you even get probably 8 minutes. So now I will give you a hot minute to ask another question, because
Well,
we have
I would just
So, Madam
commend
Clerk,
Carol
just-
Thomas Jacobs for her appointment. It's a testimony not only to her extraordinary judicial career, but also to her devotion and commitment to the citizens of the Virgin Islands in the access to justice. Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for overextending. Thank you for the leniency.
You're welcome, Senator Bolkes. Only because we have a very long agenda today, and I would like to get our testifiers within reasonable time to then proceed with our bills that we have on our agenda today. So if we need a second round, we will do that, but it would be a shorter time. I too want to chime in, as Senator Bolkes mentioned, the senseless killing of our homeless individual who was also a veteran. It's sad how we treat these individuals. That's why it's important as legislators that we work together to make sure that there are homes for these individuals who are homeless, because we don't know what life they lived before. And he was a veteran, and he did not deserve the debt that he got. He was harmless. Senator Johnson, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don't start the clock. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My colleague on St. Thomas get caught up with Celestino White. I ain't trying to get caught up with him today. But I'm pleased with all the nominees that are here, but I must say what I am displeased about too. Very displeased about airlift from St. Croix going to any Caribbean island. So my question will start with Mr. Willard John. What is in the making? Because the people of St. Croix, the people that have families in the Caribbean have a very difficult time. Either got flight to St. Thomas or fly Puerto Rico or fly all the way up to the mainland. And every day I walk the street, I hear it from them, and I get some blows for it. So I want you to tell me what the board have in stake as far as getting airlines, and I'm speaking specifically about the island of St. Croix. There's a bunch of flights going from St. Thomas to Nevis now, to Santo Domingo. Liat is flying out to a couple Caribbean islands. Tell me about St. Croix.
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your question, Senator. What the board can do and has been attempting to do is to provide incentives to invite people to come, airlines to come and offer the service. So landing fees, etc., can be reduced or eliminated for a certain amount of time if they're coming in for their first time between the services between the islands. We know that Cape Air is now offering a flight to Nevis, so that's an addition.
St.
We
Croix.
also know.
St. Croix. That's from St. Thomas to Nevis, right?
No, I think it's St. Croix.
I don't want you to be thinking.
Well, I will check on that.
Because as much as I know, it's from St. Thomas to Nevis. I ain't hear St. Croix Road yet. So
But
I need
again-
you to check on that for me.
Yes, I will for sure. But understand that we can't force a company to do a route.
I understand
We
that.
can offer incentives and hope that they bite the bait and come on and do it. We know that Fly the Whale, which is a company out of the Bahamas, they're functioning in the Bahamas and North Florida. They are going to be coming here and offering service between St. Thomas and St. Croix. The planes hold 9
I don't want
passengers.
you to kill me time about between St. Thomas and St. Croix, you know. I want to hear going down to those other Caribbean islands. That's my case here.
So my answer to you is we offer the incentives and we hope that they come. But there's nothing we can do to force people.
Have
We
you
will
guys had
try.
any discussion?
We sit with them. I know Executive Director Dow has been in a number of meetings with many of these potential companies that are interested, and he's offered them the incentives. We can only wait and see what they
Any
do.
discussion with Liat coming back to St. Croix?
Yes, there has been discussion with Liat, but Liat is having financial problems.
I think I won't stay and beat this drum. I'm going to have to think about voting for you and Mr. White. I'm going to have to think about it.
Please do.
I ain't giving you a vote just so. I'm going to think about it. To Ms. Thomas Jacobs, and congratulations on your nomination. And I saw where you did some course on ethic in UVI. What's your take on ethic coming back into the courtrooms, and what's also your take on the revelation about Justice Clarence Thomas? So I'm putting you on the spot.
3 minutes.
Thank you for that question, Senator. With respect to ethics, ethics is a critical component of any public service. Whether you work in the executive branch, the judicial branch, or the legislative branch, it's critical that we perform our duties and our responsibilities in the most ethical nature. So, I have, as I've stated, I've taught ethics at UVI for many years, and in teaching the class, I not just only give a lecture, but we actually do exercises where I give them scenarios, and so they get real life experiences and what to do, how to address ethical dilemmas when that come about, because those are things that every employee, I'm sure, in the government at some point will face. As it relates to Clarence Thomas, Justice Thomas, yeah, I don't feel I am in a position to comment on that because honestly, I don't know all the facts. But what I can say is that our Code of Judicial Ethics set forth what gifts you can and what gifts you cannot accept. In fact, the VI, and I can speak as to the Virgin Islands, we have codes of ethics in the Virgin Islands that specifically set forth what bequests, what gifts you can obtain, and how that may affect what we consider to be the appearance of conflict of interest, because sometimes it's not just conflict, but the appearance that is a problem.
So those gifts that he received, if that was to happen here in this territory, that would be in violation of our ethics committee?
1 minute.
Again, Senator, you're asking me to make a judgment, and I don't want to make a judgment, but what I could tell you is that our rule says a judge shall not accept any loans, gifts, bequests, benefits, or other things of value if acceptance is prohibited by law or would appear to a reasonable person to undermine the judge's independence, integrity, or impartiality. That's what our code.
Thank you very much, and I don't want to leave out Mr. Hutchison here. I got one very simple question for you. What 3 goals you would like to implement if approved as a member of the VI Territorial Board of Parks?
Okay, so this Virgin Islands Park system is nascent, and as one of the early members, if approved, of the Board of Trustees, first is bring stability and also the breadth of tools into the territorial park system to help it grow and utilize the experiences that the private and nonprofit sector provide and have been working towards for decades in the Virgin Islands towards park system advancement. We have a great green space that we all love and adore. In many cases, it's private land, it's managed by private individuals, so territorial park system has to be able to work within the public inventory of land, as well as with the private landowners and adjacent or lands to make our experiences the best they can possibly be.
What may I wrap up on this last question? What challenges you think the board would face if selected to be a member of this board? What challenge you think you guys will face in order to execute your duties?
Well, for one, it's, again, because it's nascent, we are, the framework and the formative work of this territorial park system trustees is to make sure that we have strong successive management. So the challenges are that we've got a long road ahead, and we want to lay a very smart and future-looking framework that we can begin to build on for decades to come, for the next board members, for the next managers. So it's the early days of logical and sensible formation to go above and beyond what has already existed.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson. I will take advantage of sitting in the seat and throw my questions in. Mr. John, you and I attended, not together, but the Virgin Islands represented at Sea Trade. And we had a delegation of people from Port Authority, the legislature, the executive branch. One thing, that was, I think, my second time attending Sea Trade. And one thing that I keep hearing is St. Croix particularly, we need that wow factor. When these cruise ships come in, we need to be able to be creative as an island, St. Croix, to say, wow. As a board member, okay? Because I know you mentioned you from St. Thomas originally, but St. Croix is your home. So I know even there's parity that being on the board, I would want to know that St. Croix has your best interests. So tell me, what are some of the wow factors that you could suggest to this board as a re-elected nominee?
So let me say a couple of things. First and foremost, the responsibility that we have as board members is confined to the port. However, I think it's necessary that we establish close relationships with other agencies like tourism, like housing parks, like sports parks and recreation, etc., because we're all in this together. I always mention this adage: you don't get a second chance to make a first impression. And so, as I mentioned in my testimony, one of the things I'm working at is getting proper training for taxi drivers so that they know and understand the culture of the Virgin Islands, the history of the Virgin Islands, and customer service. So we are embarking on that endeavor. I think that we're doing a good job bringing people to the Virgin Islands, but I think we have to put an emphasis on development. What is it, once they come here, what is it do we have for them that's different, separate, and apart, that distinguishes us, particularly here in St. Croix? And we know that one of our distinguishing features on St. Croix is our culture. So we now have to decide, how are we going to develop our culture and display our culture? And when I say that, I want to also add that in these efforts, it should not be just for visitors, for tourists that come here. We should develop our culture for us, and that we enjoy doing it. And when the visitors come, they say, wow, what is it that they like so much? Why can't I be a part of this? So I think really it's an effort that we have to make in terms of assuring that the unique aspects of our culture is developed, and it can pass on from generation to generation, and it's institutionalized so that it continues. In my eyes, much of the culture that has been developed rests on the shoulders of individuals, and I don't think that there's enough support governmentally to assure that they continue and they grow.
Thank you for that. Yes, I agree that we all need to work in this partnership, because it's very important that we improve this product that we have, because each island has its own characteristics. First, I'd like to acknowledge non-committee member Senator Donna Fred Gregory in our St. Thomas chambers. Welcome. And now we would proceed with Senator Carla Joseph for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to you, colleagues, and the viewing and listening audience, and of course to our nominees who are here before us today. I would like to take the opportunity with congratulating again the governor for sending down some persons who are, one, public servants for a significant amount of time, have been tested and is totally aware and knowledgeable of the various positions that they have been nominated to, as well as that they are committed to continue to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. I know individuals, when they're going through the nomination proceedings, tend to have a level of trepidation regarding going through the nominees process, but we tend to be very gentle with our members and nominees so that they could be able to do the people's work. So I will start my questioning first with the nominee to the Virgin Islands Territorial Park System, Mr. Hutchinson.
Hutchins,
Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Hutchins, I'm sorry. Mr. Hutchins, I read your biography and I read a lot of the work that you have done. But I also wanted to ask you a question relative to your activities as far as environmental advocacy is concerned. Have you ever been a member of the St. Croix Environmental Association?
Personally, no. My mother was a family member, which carried over to me, but I was not personally, no.
Okay. Have you noted what would be one of the main items you would look to champion should you be confirmed to the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees? One.
Okay, one. One is collaborating with the existing initiatives that have been around for decades in the nonprofit sector, working towards a more comprehensive territorial park system. And so that's part of my personal experience and professional experience, but it continues today with very capable nonprofit organizations and bringing that opportunity to interact with them into the policies established with the Virgin Islands government.
Okay, thank you so much.
4 minutes.
Then I would switch to Mr. Willard John. We had the opportunity to have a good discussion during the global sea trade, and I know about our similar passion for training and education. And I really want to commend you for being there and looking at increasing and improving the gatekeepers of our tourism industry through training. However, I wanted to touch base with you regarding some of the initiatives that we have. I know my colleague spoke about the transportation challenges between the islands, both St. Thomas and St. Croix as well, and this is air transportation, and we're not even going into the water, the maritime, but also throughout the Caribbean region. So have you had any, or you or the board members had any discussion or talk, or the executive director had any discussion relative to possibly looking into subsidies for transportation, airlift transportation?
Well, let me say, our responsibility and our ability to provide that would be more in the reduction or elimination of landing fees. But subsidizing would probably have to come from the administration, where they would provide that subsidy in order to increase the air travel.
Right.
And I know it has been done in the past, where a lieutenant governor at one time provided subsidies for American Eagle between the islands, and that something like that probably can happen, but the administration would have to explore that in detail.
And why I mention it is just not the administration, it's just all of us
Yes.
working in tandem, because we do have a large population of individuals that need to travel between islands, and so that it could be economical for us, especially when you're looking at sports activities, inter-island competition, inter-territorial competition, to have those discussions. But it also would be that the port, your executive director, or even members, to be at the table to have those discussions with the administration, as well as our delegate to Congress and us, because that's something that is, I think, is critical and needed. We already do some subsidies for ground transportation as well as water transportation, but it's whether we want to also expand it into air, because we are landlocked here in the Virgin Islands compared to the contiguous United States. And, you know, having that ability to be able to travel quickly is critical. Okay, I wanted to ask you, and this question is for both you and the other nominee to the board, Mr. John, former Senator Celestino White. Who are you mentoring? Because who have you looked at to actually take on some of your roles? And if you could just be succinct, because I still haven't had an opportunity to ask the nominee for the Superior Court judge a question. We'll start with you.
Time.
Oh, my piece. My time is already
Thank you.
come.
Thank you.
Senator,
There's a
Senator
young man
Joseph,
by the
you
name
can
of the court,
proceed with
and he was,
your
the
question.
court was given that name by the esteemed Senator Fred Gregory. I want you to ask me who is the court now.
Okay, who is it?
Calvert White.
So you're keeping it in the family,
No, I'm keeping it in the territory.
in the territory?
Yes. He is on a daily basis, a continuous basis. We are in communication because I know, you know, they tell me, man, like Wagi said, go home. And like you were saying, once that happened, who's there? So the court is just one of 100+ individuals on a continuous basis that I have communication with.
Okay. You, Mr. John, thank you so much for that, Senator White. You, Mr. John.
Yes, I think that the port in general have made efforts in succession efforts. I know that at one time we've hired a number of very young engineers and have put them in positions where they're beginning to learn, and they will eventually take over as the chief engineers in the port. I know at one time there was a program for pilots. We have a shortage of local pilots for these boats that bring the large ships in. And there was one point in time where the port assisted with the training of young people so that they can come back home and become pilots. And I think that's something that needs to happen again, because many of those pilots are at the retirement stage of their lives, and we have to make sure that that succession continues.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. Madam Chair, I understand that my time was called, but I didn't have sufficient time to question the nominee for the Superior Court judge position. And I think I would need some time.
We'll see if we have a second round, shorter time. Senator Milton Potter, who is the Vice Chair of Rules, you may proceed with your 7 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to our testifiers and to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm going to really start by commending the governor for appointing 4 very capable nominees to some very important boards and commissions and the judiciary. I think all of them are meet or exceed the minimum requirements for the positions that they're being appointed to serve on. I'm going to start really with Attorney Carol Jacobs, Thomas Jacobs. I want to say kudos to you, Attorney Jacobs, on your nomination. I think you have been in the trenches when it comes to the law for the past several decades. You've been a consistent presence here. You have you've definitely made your mark in the area of the law. And I wanted to ask you, first of all, to say kudos to you and to ask you specifically about your thoughts on mental health and the judiciary. Particularly, I know that we have some issues in the territory whereby the Bureau of Corrections really, and through no fault of their own, has become the entity that houses the
the mentally ill in our community. We have a large number of persons who find themselves incarcerated because they have a mental condition, and we do not have the appropriate facilities to house them. What are your thoughts on that reality here in the territory as a potential judge, as someone who has practiced law in this community?
Thank you for that question, Senator. We have to address the mental health crisis in the Virgin Islands. Mental health cuts across all components of our criminal justice system, and whether it's the police department, the corrections, it's the Attorney General's office, the courts, we have to deal with mental health on a constant basis. And this is a recurring problem that has dogged us for years. So I think this is something that the territory needs to address. I want to mention that while serving as acting Attorney General, I was able to settle a claim on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands, which sets aside $15 million as part of the agreement for mental health service and mental health facilities. This is $15 million out of a $62.5 million settlement that we entered into recently, and that sets aside $15 million for mental health facilities. I hope that the legislature will honor this settlement and will use this as seed money to build a mental health facility in the Virgin Islands, because by doing that, we're going to be solving a lot of problems, a lot of issues in the courts, in our correctional facility, and also in how we prosecute our individuals who have mental health issues.
I'd like the sound of that $15 million. What is the source of that funding? I know you mentioned that it was a settlement.
Okay, so this is a settlement that it's a claim that sprung out of the Epstein lawsuit. We didn't file a lawsuit. We settled a claim against one of our potential defendants.
Okay. And so, and I appreciate your comments on this, because it has always concerned me. I mean, I'm aware of persons who have mental challenges, who they did not bring the mental health situation onto themselves. It is just as though, if you had if you have cancer, if you have diabetes, this person is suffering from a mental condition, and our only alternative seems to be to place them in an environment where you have persons who, are criminals, who commit crimes. So I think it is something that is serious, and I'm very pleased that this is something that you're paying attention to as a potential judge. What do you see as the most pressing issue right now for our local judiciary, Attorney Jacobs?
I think there are several issues. I think for the local judiciary, I think, and I think if we look at the court's 2021 annual report, it tells you that the backlog in cases is something that needs to be addressed, that the judiciary needs additional funding. They need to set up this alternative public defender's office. Those are some of the issues that are facing the judiciary. I think also the types of crimes that comes before that are prosecuted before the judiciary. Those are things that we have to look at. Sentencing. There are a host of issues that the judiciary has to address on a daily basis. But to do so, we have to have it will need all the resources to address them.
Absolutely. What do you think is the most important skill set that a judge possesses?
I think for us, a judge has to be competent in the law. You have to know what the law is. You have to be able to research the law. Also, I think you have to be independent. A judge cannot be influenced by anyone. It cannot be influenced by what government officials say. It cannot be influenced by the media. It cannot be influenced by friends and family. It has to look at the facts and apply the fact and look at the law and apply the law to the facts. I think independence, impartiality, being fair, being compassionate. I think those are qualities that every judge should possess, and being courteous to the people who enter your courtroom.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for your responses. In terms of, you mentioned the whole idea of a judge being impartial, and I know it really brings me to the question, if you are appointed to the bench by a governor of the Virgin Islands, and you're interested in being reappointed, to what extent does that impact your decision making? And I know you haven't been a judge before, but do you think that has an impact on a judge's ability to serve someone who's interested in continuing as a judge? Well, at the same time, this is a critical issue that is before you, that you have to make a ruling on. How do you balance that? Not upsetting the person who ultimately has a say as to whether or not I am going to get a second term versus doing what is the right thing to do. How do you balance that?
Well, Senator, for me, it's simple. You just do the right thing. You cannot make decisions based on whether or not you're going to be reappointed for a second term or not, because you still might not get reappointed to a second term. So you just have to follow the law, do what's right, and hopefully that counts towards something, and people realize that you're a person of integrity and that you'll apply the law without fear or favor.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if my time was called.
Yes, your time was called. We'll have a second round of 3 minutes, so
okay.
We'll proceed with.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have several more questions, so I'll take that at the second round. In the second round.
Thank you, Senator Potter. At this time, I will proceed with non-committee member Donna Fred Gregory in the St. Thomas Chambers. You may proceed with 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Media, we need volume, please. So I see that we have four nominees in this block, and I pretty much came here to have a discussion with the nominee that is up for the judgeship at the Superior Court. Not to minimize the other nominees, but I think it's important that as senators, we have an opportunity to really flesh out the judgeship that's before us, or the potential judgeships that's before us, because this position has a very extensive breadth and width here in the Virgin Islands, and this nominee, if successful, will be making some heavy decisions with regards to the future of individuals that live and work here, Virgin Islanders. So it's important that we really have the conversation on this particular matter. So of course, full disclosure, I have worked with attorney Carol Jacobs for many, many years. And she served very well as an assistant attorney general, and she served in many capacities, from deputy, I think the civil division, deputy attorney general, assistant attorney general, etc. And now I think chief deputy Attorney General. So, Attorney Jacobs, my first question to you, and I think you've served for some 26 years at the Attorney General's office. So I must commend you for having this stickivism to serve in that capacity or to serve in the Attorney General's office for many years. It just shows your commitment to the to government service and your commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands. So let me just start there. But I know that you served in the civil division for many, many years. So my first question to you is, now you're being considered to serve as a judge. So how do you propose that you will transition from your being a defender of the government to now serve as a judge in the Virgin Islands?
Good.
4 minutes.
Yes, Senator, I don't think that is a, I don't think that's a difficult or impossible transition, because luckily when you serve as
Speak closer in the mic.
as an attorney in the Department of Justice, your goal should be justice. That's what it is. And when you're on the bench, yes, that's obvious. That's ultimately the objective. So, as an attorney for the Department of Justice, when I look at a case and I'm deciding whether to resolve a case or resolve a case, I look at both sides of a case. I am looking at what the facts on the government side, what are the facts on the government side, and what are the facts on the plaintiff who is suing the government. And I make a determination as to whether or not that case merits going all the way to trial, whether a motion for summary judgment should be filed, or whether that case should be settled. You know, that is done continuously. So, and I think that's the approach you would have to look at on the bench in terms of looking at both sides. So looking at both sides, it's easy. I think it's an easy transition. So I do not see that being a challenge.
Okay. And of course, the administration of the law, correct?
Exactly. The law is the law. So irrespective of whether you're the Attorney General, you're defending the Attorney General, or you're hearing cases as a Superior Court judge, the law is the law. And that is what is going to guide the ultimate decision in any case.
All right. So share with me, I know you've served in various capacities in the Attorney General's office for many years. What sets you apart from other Assistant Attorney Generals, Deputy Attorney Generals, actual Attorney Generals within the Department of Justice to be considered to serve in this capacity as a judge in the Virgin Islands Superior Court?
Senator, I am sure that there are other members of the VI Bar and probably likely in the Attorney General's office who are equally qualified. I am certain to serve as a judge, but I know I am also equally qualified. And I think I'm qualified because I've been practicing in the Virgin Islands for 24 years. I have been a member, I've had extensive experience as a litigator in the courts of the VI.
1 minute.
I've represented the government of the Virgin Islands in numerous high-profile and complex litigation. I have years of management experience. I believe I have more years of management experience in the AG's office than probably any other person in the AG's office current today. I believe my interaction with individuals in the AG office will tell you that I am fair, impartial, and I'm very practical in how I approach the practice of law. I can be tough and firm, but also compassionate. I always approach disputes with an open mind, recognizing that there are multiple sides. Sometimes it's the person who's complaining, the person who is the subject of the complaint, and the witness. All have different stories. So I feel that those things qualify me. I've immersed myself in this community. I know the people who are going to come before me. as I've worked in this, as I've served in this community in non-legal capacities. So I think that that makes me qualified to serve as a judge of the Superior Court.
Thank you for your response. Madam Chair, can I ask one final question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you for your response. So we know that there's a challenge with caseload and moving cases forward in our court system. It's just been a challenge. You hear it day in and day out. We get the calls. It just continues to be an issue. So tell me, what is your current caseload at the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, and how do you plan to manage your caseload as a judge in the Virgin Islands?
Well, as I'm a manager at the Department of Justice, so I don't, as a manager, you don't have the full caseload as an AAG. So, but any case that is handled at the Department of Justice, there's a potential that I could be assisting, advising, strategizing with any prosecutor. So I can't say there's a set caseload for me.
How do you plan to manage your caseload?
Well,
I mean, you're saying that you serve as a manager for a few years now, so now you have to transition to a caseload.
Yes.
So how do you intend to manage your caseload as a Superior Court judge?
Well, I think okay, so now I'm clear about your question, Senator. So I think the first thing I'd have to do is I would have to set the tone for my cases once a case is assigned to me. I will begin by letting attorneys know that the schedule that we set in terms of the pretrial process, those have to be followed, and absent exceptional circumstances, there'll be no exceptions. I will have to, as a judge, have to create my internal deadlines to ensure that I am able to address each case, that each motion, each issue that comes before me, that I decide that this issue must be resolved within a particular time. I have to set reasonable internal deadlines so that I can manage my caseload. I think both lawyers and judges, the lawyers that come before me, and I, as a judge, will have to make sure that the work we do in terms of trying to get these cases ready for trial will ensure that these cases are resolved within a reasonable time. So I think it's working with the lawyers to get it done, and also creating my own schedule to get that done.
Thank you for your responses, Madam Chair. Thank you for the leeway. And Attorney Jacobs, you have my full support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome, Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Points of inquiry, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is to Ms. Thomas. What's your take on the Speedy Trial Act? Do you think it's something that we need to put in place in this territory to help with those caseload in our courts?
Senator Johnson, as Attorney General, I know that came up, that you asked me that. I did send a letter to you to explain to you my position as the Attorney General. So I don't want to go back on my position now that I'm going to be, I may very well be a judge of the Superior Court. I think that my concerns expressed in that letter are still my concerns. I think, I have no objection to a Speedy Trial Act. I just think that before we do that, we have to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to ensure that cases can be resolved quickly. I think we have to make sure we have sufficient prosecutors. So we have to fund sufficient prosecutor positions. We have to ensure that we have sufficient public defenders. So the legislature has to fund adequate positions for public defenders. I think we have to fund the judiciary, as the judiciary has been complaining that they need this alternative public defender's office. So by having enough lawyers, we can ensure that when a case is filed, it can be addressed immediately. And I think we have to also take into consideration the fact that the Virgin Islands is geographically different from from the mainland. When we have a crime takes place in the Virgin Islands, the evidence has to be sent off island to usually, as you know, to the FBI. We don't have control over when that, at least the Attorney General's office sometimes does not have control over when that evidence come back. So I think in deciding whether it should be 70 days or some other timeline, I think we need to take all those things into consideration, the realities of the Virgin Islands. And those are my concern. We have to set in place the infrastructure, because to me, creating a statute that where we find ourselves where the prosecutor cannot effectively protect the community, or a defendant does not have adequate time to prepare their defense, is not serving the ends of justice.
But it's also not fair for an individual to be incarcerated in prison waiting for a trial longer than the time he would have gotten even if he was sentenced.
I absolutely agree with you, Senator.
And that have happened to us.
I absolutely
Thank you
agree
very
with
much,
you,
Madam Chair.
Senator. That's why we have to address those issues.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I agree with you because I know there are individuals, detainees that stay in the prison for years waiting to have their hearing date. One thing I would ask Attorney Thomas Jacobs, you came before this body already in the 35th legislature, and there were some questions asked, and I think one of the questions that I asked you was pertaining how you deal with the deceased, the bodies that are to be determined dead. What improvements from our last conversation to now have you done in your department to improve that service?
Senator, are you talking about when a person dies, what do we do to determine the
Yes.
pronouncement?
So,
you talk
yes,
pronouncement of death?
pronouncement of death.
So, Senator, the reality is, nothing really has changed. I could tell you. After I left this body, I spoke to the medical examiners because I looked at the statute. I spoke to the medical examiners to find out what happens or what should happen, how it's done in other jurisdictions. And every medical examiner that I spoke to explained to me that medical examiners do not turn up on scenes to pronounce that. They're like, that may have happened maybe decades ago, but that is not what happened. Usually they rely on the time of death given by the EMTs. That is exactly what I was told. In fact, one medical examiner told me that it would not be effective use of resources when doctors should be saving lives when they should be spending their time saving lives. They believe that the process that is used in our office is what is the national standard. That is the national standard, that the practice that we use in our office.
So you're saying today that the national standards is that the EMTs can pronounce the time of death and I haven't even looked at it, if the VI code states that a physician should be the one pronouncing the time of death or the EMTs?
Well, Senator, the EMT provides the time of death. Whether or not the medical examiner or the person who signs out the death certificate is a person who's deciding essentially the time of death. The EMT provides it, and they make the final determination based on the information that is provided to them. The EMT usually provides that information. So I know it may seem like a technicality, but in the end, it's the medical examiner who's really pronouncing the death based on the information that is provided to them by the EMT and by the technician on the scene.
So, in your role as the Deputy Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, and now presently the Acting Attorney General, you have established relationship with the attorneys, the whole staff. So tell me what your relationship is like. Is your staff in full support? What's the temperature at the department?
Well,
4 minutes.
I could tell you from the response, from the very day my nomination was announced, my staff, they were very supportive of me. I have a very good relationship with the staff at the Department of Justice. In fact, they keep saying, "Why are you leaving? We're going to miss you." So I know I have their full support, and I've been at the Department of Justice for many years. I know everyone there, all the attorneys, probably nearly all the attorneys in that office. At some point, I participated in the hiring of them. So I know them very well, and we all have very good relationships. And I'm sure, as they have expressed to me, that they'll miss me, and I'll miss them also.
Okay. Well, as you mentioned, you are the gatekeeper of justice. In this position, it's very important, and I hope that you would offer fairness, as you mentioned, in this position, because I see that you may get a favorable recommendation by this body. I'd just like to say that and commend individuals who step up to the plate to serve in boards and commissions, because you're giving your time. So I just wanted to mention that individuals who are asked to serve in these boards and commission, that you please accept when the governor asks for you to serve, because some are volunteered and there's no reward other than working for your community. Mr. Hutchins, who happens to be one of my former colleagues in environmental protection at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I think the governor selected a good person for this position.
Thank you.
But just tell me, what is your vision for that territorial park? Because this is a newly elected trustee board, correct?
Correct.
And it was approved in the 34th?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me, what is your vision?
So the vision that I have is that we as a community have identified an accessible, more organized and well-maintained, appreciated and celebrated spaces to recreate, commune, and in some cases, make revenue from our open spaces, whether they're on public or private lands, once there is agreement and alignment with simple goals or sustainability. So that's the big vision. I know that there are many steps to make that a reality.
1 minute.
But ultimately, it's that we have a more organized and a stronger awareness, and then more accessibility for Virgin Islanders and guests alike to what should be a wonderful territorial park system, and that we become exemplary in the region.
Thank you. Do you have an office?
Do I have an office?
The board, does the board have an office?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Mr. Willard John, you mentioned something in your testimony which I think is great, where drivers will receive training in the USVI on history, culture, and customer service. This endeavor is funded by $10,000 by Royal Caribbean Group. When would this take in effect?
We're going to start the training next month.
Next month?
Yes.
Super. Would this be for all
Time.
3 islands?
St. Croix.
Just St. Croix?
Yes.
Good, thank you, because it's well needed, The taxi community, they're crying out for, improve of quality of service. They need subsidies, help also, because they've been through some rough times with the pandemic, with the natural disasters we've had. So the taxi community need all the help and empowering they can get. Colleagues, I think we can have another line of questioning. The second round would be 3 minutes. Remember, we have a lot of bills to cover. So 3 minutes for our nominees today. Starting with Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning again, colleagues. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. Oh, good afternoon. I apologize. Good afternoon. I want to start off with Mr. Hutchinson for the new territorial park system, which protects more than 30 areas from commercial development and reserves them for tourism, recreation, activities such as beaching, recreational hikes, hiking trails, nature preserves, green space, to protect them from commercial development. The territorial park has to ensure that the habitants and the ecosystem are all protected and preserved and maintained and used for long-term benefit and the enjoyment of the people of the Virgin Islands for future generations to come. Mr. Hutchinson, as a board member, which will manage and acquire land of recreational spaces and implement a maroon sanctuary zone. Also, the governor recently purchased what is called HNS Hesselberg, which was at 1.2 million, concerning the expansion of the territorial park. As a board member, what are your recommendations for those properties and areas, and how do you plan to adhere to these mandates set forth by the territorial system, park system, and further develop the mission of the park system?
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. I'm just going to correct, my last name is Hutchins, but I will quickly jump into answering. So there's a diverse set of lands in the Virgin Islands that are within the government's portfolio already. And some of them are large and well preserved just by the nature of their geography. And then some of them are smaller and newer, like the parcel you just mentioned that was acquired. And so there needs to be an assessment of what the different qualities of each property brings and what the opportunities are to create access and use of those areas. But overall, in general, there is, this huge opportunity to bring more people out into nature in a sustainable way that is beneficial to residents and businesses and visitors, so that we have an opportunity to leverage these natural resources. Access is important, but it must be done right, and stewardship and active management is necessary for that to happen. Obviously, restoration in some cases is also very important for the terrestrial and coastal areas.
And Mr. Hutchins, let me ask you, do you foresee, and I know that it isn't an individual decision, I assume that once the board fully organizes and they start making movement or strides, I wonder to myself, will there be any opportunities for small local vendors to be able to further enhance some of those natural green spaces?
I absolutely hope so. That's part of what I believe is critically necessary, that the benefit is also economic. That helps inspire a future for generations where our green spaces are celebrated, not just for their beauty, but for the opportunities they offer for engagement, for peace, and for revenue from small businesses that are operating in a responsible way.
I am very happy to hear that, and I hope that the rest of the board members also share that vision. Coming from the island of St. John, where most of the property there is national park, there is not much opportunity for local vendors to be able to see some of that economic stability that you speak of. And I'm hoping that the territorial park system offsets or balances out those opportunities when we speak of local entrepreneurship and opportunities. So I'm looking forward to that. Madam Chair, I have no other questions. And as I stated earlier, I look forward to supporting and voting in the affirmative for all of the testifiers who are also being appointed today. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Before I get to Senator Johnson, I'll ask one question to Ms. Thomas Jacobs. As a career prosecutor, how do you view the defense bar?
Senator, I think the defense bar has an important role to play because, our system of justice is an adversarial system of justice. And any judge wants to hear both sides of a case. So I think it's important we have the prosecutor's side, we have the defense present their case so that we can get to justice. So I think I have a good relationship with members of the defense bar. We all work together, of course, to get the best result. They work to get the best result for their clients, and we work to get the best result. I'm talking about my capacity as Attorney General for the people of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, thank you. Senator Johnson, you may proceed with 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I stated before, I have to think about my vote for Mr. White and Mr. Willard Jan. So I'm going to ask both of you this one question. This is going to determine which way I go with both of you all today. Once your confirmation is approved for this new term, what would you want to see changed or improved by the Virgin Islands Port Authority? Starting out with Mr. Jan and then Mr. White after.
Thank you for the question. I'm excited about this P3 agreement we have, where we're going to eventually choose a company that will develop our airports and run them. Of course, we will maintain ownership and the certificate of the airports, but it would be leased out to them, and we would oversee what they're doing. But I think that allows us to have the resources to develop, because we don't on our own as a port have resources to develop to the extent that we would like to. And implementing this P3 would enable us to develop the airports and while we still maintain ownership and control.
Mr. White?
You done?
Yeah, actually.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And let me say from the outset, you remind me a lot like a fellow I know, Celestino White. You remind me of me, boy. I was beginning to feel like the lonely Maytag man. You know who the lonely Maytag man is? That's the guy that fixes appliances and does it so well that nobody call him to repair anything. So I felt like a Maytag man because nobody will ask me anything. So I felt I was doing so good at the port. Senator, let me ask you to really consider giving me that vote. And you ask why we'll do different for the port? Boy, first of all, I'm going to look at the things that you're looking at, and them is the thing I'm going to push. The other thing is, I really believe, in all fairness, with the work that is being done at the Port Authority and the salary that is being paid to the outstanding executive director compared to other government entities, directors and commissioners, I'm going to be looking at moving that upward to include management staff and rank and file employees based on the work that they at the port through the leadership have been doing. Commendations after commendations after commendations after commendations from not only the entire Virgin Islands population, but indeed from this body and the preceding bodies as it relates to the Port Authority and the work that it will doing. What are you going to do different? I'm moving seriously to talk to the board about salaries adjustment. I'll have to be honest. Please, Mr. Senator Johnson, give me a vote. I want it. I have many miles to go before I sleep. Don't listen to Waggy. It's time that I retire and go home. I have a good record at the port, and I'm going to continue to make you all proud. But I'm glad that you all had me as the Maytag man, because it was saying to me, are doing so good down there, you don't need to ask me nothing. But I expect you to come with a curveball. But I'm going to do what's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Don't turn your back, because I have a question for you since you say you're the Maytag man.
Yeah.
What do the port folks envision for the 365 employees you mentioned in your testimony after the privatization of Port Authority? How does that look for those 365 employees?
Well, although everybody excited about the P3, I excited about it. I'm looking for it too. But the details, the devil is in the details. And I, Celestino, mighty start over white. You know what? How I have been from the beginning. There must be something that show me that the employees, all of them, if in fact their interest is to remain with the port, all, not some, but all, A-L-L, that's how you spell all, will and must remain in some capacity commensurate to what they're doing now. And that's why I said, when I talk about I ain't afraid to tell all you, that increase because of the work by the outstanding executive director, management staff, and employees, I see that as something that must be in place with this board member. And that's why we'll be pushing. So, Senator, I know you have been an advocate for the least among us, those at the bottom.
Thank you.
And I stand on your shoulders. I hope I don't hurt it. But just like you, how you feel about employees, that's how I feel. I have no compromising on that.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Senator Collar Joseph, you may proceed with your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, I didn't have opportunity to ask any questions to the nominee for judgeship, and so I will take this round to do so. Attorney Thomas Jacobs, I do have a question, and it's a fundamental philosophical question. And it relates to your philosophy and definition of natural law. And do you believe there is any room for using natural law in interpreting the Constitution or any legal statutes?
Senator, I think the question you're asking me would require me to give an opinion on a matter that could come before me if I were confirmed as a judge. And since you're asking me an advice, essentially to give you an advisory
Well,
opinion.
I just want to know what your theory, your philosophical theory, because we all are human beings. And let's be honest, our philosophy does come into play when we make specific judgments, whether it's to hire someone, or in your case, should you be nominated and approved for your nomination, it will come into play in your orders and your judgeship. So I just want to have a sense of where you are at as it relates to natural law and how it looks as far as the Constitution of the United States, as well as any legal statutes that we have.
1 minute.
Senator, what I can say to you is that any matter that comes before me will be decided based on the law as set forth in statute or based on precedent as set forth by the Virgin Islands Supreme Court or the United States Supreme Court. And my personal views, frankly, are irrelevant to what the law provides. And my intention is to follow the law strictly. And that's how I intend to approach each and every case. It's not my intention to use my personal views or to try to impose what I think on any case, to follow the law strictly. That's the philosophy I intend to apply to every case that comes before me.
Thank you so much. And that was a very appropriate question, and you answered it very on target. And I really want to commend you because that is what's supposed to happen in the judicial process. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. I would ask Ms. Thomas, do you consider yourself to be a liberal or conservative attorney?
Senator, I don't, I don't want to put labels on myself because I am not, I think I think it depends on what comes before me. That's how I'll address it. And again, I'll apply the law. I cannot say that I'm a liberal in a particular situation or conservative in a situation. There's no, the law is the law. I don't see a conservative approach, a liberal approach. In my view, I am going to apply the law.
Well, if you confirm today, I'll be watching that you remain to be a fair individual when you are in that position.
And I hope that I'll prove you right.
Okay, thank you. Senator Milton Potter, you may proceed with 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to just ask all of the testifiers who are here before us today to answer this question. What would be your greatest priority for your upcoming term? What would you like to see accomplished if you had to just single out one major initiative that you would like to see accomplished for your upcoming term? What would that be? Beginning with the one and only Senator Celestino White.
Thank you. Thank you. Undoubtedly, connecting these islands by aircraft. Our poor people, Frankie Johnson, sorry. The senator is right. That's all I going down there to work on now, till we get these islands connected. As a matter of fact, he is so right. If you take a flight on Cape Air, from here to any one of these islands, St. Kitts, Antigua, all of them, 75% of the people, full flight, coming from St. Croix, paying extra money from St. Croix, coming to St. Thomas to catch the yacht. Man, are you stop it? Well, not are you, we got to walk that. Even if we have to take a parachute, take kite, or one of them big board, and we connect this place, that's the one thing that before I sleep, when I talk about many miles to go before I sleep, that's what I'm talking about. So are you stop, not are you? Waggy, stop telling me go home. Stop in your song, I know you're making joke. Stop saying the employees tell you that all I don't do is sleep down to the port. You know they tell you that. They love me
1
so
minute.
much. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much, Senator White. Mr. John, your response to the same question.
Yes, I continue to say that my major interest in an accomplishment is the improvement of our airports to the point where we are competitive with any other airport in this region. I think that's necessary and important at this stage in time. So the P3 agreement, where where we can make sure that we're on par with the other airports in this region.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchison?
Yes, I'll be simple, that our territorial parks are known and loved.
Okay. What is the role, what role do we have, would your board have
Time.
with the national park?
There is no direct relationship between the territorial parks and national parks, though they're natural collaborators in different ways, but they're independent.
Yeah, that was really my question, whether or not there was a role for you to collaborate with the National Park Service.
Certainly where it makes sense geographically, if there's adjacent lands, there should be collaboration, but how the federal government manages the national parks is going to be different than how the Virgin Islands government manages the territorial parks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just the final, if
Yes, you may.
Attorney Jacobs can respond on the chair's time. Thank you very much.
Senator, my priority would be addressing the backlog of cases that we continuously hear about. I will play my part in trying to resolve cases as quickly as possible. And I also work with the judiciary, the administration of the courts in doing what needs to be done to address the backlog of cases.
Thank you. This question is for Port Authority. Mr. Celestina White and Mr. John. So if we have this privatization of the ports, how would that impact GERS?
I can start by saying I support Celestino White in what he said. We want to make sure that the employees at the port maintain their positions as much as we possibly can. There may be opportunities for them to transition into the private sector, but you have to realize that in the process of this transition and us having this agreement, there are a lot of details that we're going to have to work out. And as we move along, we will work those details out. But bear in mind that in the process of working these details out, we are very, very interested in making sure that our employees are looked after.
Thank you.
Thank you. Celestino White.
Would you want
The
to?
devil, as I said, in the details of the PP3. I got to see it before me. And what the first thing I'm looking for is job security. I am not going to be part of anything that allow for the involuntary separation of the staff. If people want to voluntarily separate because they believe the grass is greener, I have no problem if you want to voluntary. But involuntary, because we have done this thing, nothing tall goes so. So the devil in the details, I'm looking for the details. I hear it have a lot of people interested. About 60, 70 different groups attended the meetings that they had. So clearly there's some sweet gravy someplace. But in this gravy, I'll go and eat. And first to the table, not for the crumbs that fall from, you see the cookies I had, the crumbs are falling, and my daughter sent Shinika down up here to tell me stop eating. Not no crumbs. That must happen. And that's how I feel has been advanced by Senator Johnson, and I on the same boat. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge a committee member, Senator Maurice James, who has just joined us. Welcome. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you may proceed with 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, let me ask this question of Mr. Aaron Hutchins. Mr. Hutchins, with the recent announcement by the governor of the with regards to the purchase of the estate Hesselberg property heading towards the pool in Frederickstead, how do you envision the territorial park system's role in preserving Frederickstead St. Croix?
So Frederickstead, and I mean Greater Frederickstead, is my home. But you know, from Sandy Point up to the northwest by Hams Bluff, and the hills in the northwest, Maroon Ridge area, offer tremendous opportunity for both our local enjoyment and also for experiential tourism. And there is tremendous cultural resources in these areas, as well as grand vistas, and tremendous natural significance for these areas as well. So being able to preserve that property and heading down towards the Sandy Point National Wildlife Refuge and in the adjacent Vincent Mason Coral Reef Resort, which is managed by Sports Parks and Recreation, are all interconnected in terms of the significance. I mean, we just are wrapping up a great deal of Easter beach camping, which has become a modern tradition. So these things need to be preserved, but in a way that is managed such that it is not detrimental to those spaces.
So you intend to ensure, as a member of this board, to fight? I want to use the wrong word, but to make sure that the preservation of the Frederickstead town is in fact a priority. That's basically what I'm asking.
Yes, preservation, but also enhancement, improvement, restoration where
Just
needed.
give me some enhancement and improvement ideas before I go to my next questions.
So, I mean,
testifiers here.
I know that there's a lot of projects underway for roads and infrastructure. And so one of the things that the organization that I work with, volunteer for, the Trail Alliance, has been working closely with Public Works to ensure complete streets when the redesign is done, so that there are actual bike lanes or places to be a safe pedestrian connecting the western shoreline back up Mahogany Road, even up Creaky Dam Road, up towards Maroon Ridge areas. So we need to improve the user experience, that's us, in terms of how we go out and recreate. And so that's an example. Bike lanes, better improved pedestrian infrastructure, and just overall infrastructure advancement in that zone in the near future. In the long term, have specifically destination-driven parks, pullovers, vistas, places to recreate, access trails, and things like that.
Thank you for your response. And Mr. White and Mr. John, both of the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board, share with me what you see as your biggest challenge, or the Port Authority's biggest challenge, and how do you intend to utilize your influence? I know you serve on the board now, but how do you plan to utilize your influence to address those challenges? And I'll allow you to respond on the chair's time. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the leeway.
That question is for Port Authority? Was that question for Port
Mr.
Authority?
White? Yeah, White, Mr. White and Mr. John, correct.
Thank you, Celestina White. Two things. One, I ain't done with it. That challenge of connecting our people to these islands, Caribbean islands. Our people are also, where their home is one, they are travelers, they are tourists. As I said, tourists are not only those people coming from Wisconsin, Minnesota, North Dakota, where the administration one time a bar like a cow up there. They are not the only travelers. So my big challenge is to get more connectivity, 5 syllables, into these islands. And that's what I've been hammering. As a matter of fact, these new line that came here, they had to give me commitment. At least they gave me commitment in words. I don't know if it was just to get me vote, but they did. So I'm going to hold them to it. The other thing on this P3 situation, I want it be made clear. It is not a privatization of the facility of the port. It is a partnership. Partnership have happened with many entities. We're not giving away the airport. We're not giving away anything to a private company. It is in collaboration. I'm using a lot of big words now, man, 4 or 5 syllables. In collaboration with the port, we'll be doing a project, if approved, together. Ownership stays with our authority. So, Senator, I know you're a stickler and you just dig. I know you're well researched. And I know you're going to have the hammer watching. But those are my 2 big priorities, the connectivity of our islands and through the Caribbean, and this P3 project, which is not privatization, but to collaborate with the Port Authority. We'll see how that goes.
Thank you, Mr. White. At this time, Madam Clerk, can you record Senator Maurice
Senator,
James?
I did not get a response from the other nominee.
Oh, I am sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. John, you may proceed.
Thank you for the opportunity. Again, I'm going to speak again about P3, which is public-private partnerships. I think we spoke about that happening with the airports, but I think there will be additional opportunities for that to happen with other properties for the port. And when we get into these P3 relationships, there are 3 things that's important to me. First is the environment, that whatever they do, that we preserve and maintain the beauty of our environment. That's very important to me. The second thing is our culture. I want to see that our culture is maintained and perpetuated with any of these partners that come in with us. And the third thing I think that's important to me is employment. I want to make sure that in the development process and in the management process that Virgin Islanders are employed on all levels and continue to do so.
Thank you for that response. Madam Clerk, record Senator James as present. And Senator James, you have 7 minutes. We are actually on our second round. Second round was 3 minutes, but I'm giving you 7 minutes. That was granted in the first round. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was unable to hear your testimonies, and quite frankly, I didn't have time to read them because I was attending the funeral of a fellow service member, Sergeant Rolando Huertas, this morning, so who I served with in the military. So I'm not really fully 100% here. He was a great man, great family man, and meant a lot to his family and friends. So I will begin first by saying good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. And I will begin with, I'll follow up really on the question by my colleagues, my colleague specifically to Port Authority, because there is a lot of hoopla about P3. And when I came on board, one of the first things that I did as a senator was I looked at the code to see if P3 was in a code and it would give me any direction on how the Port Authority should be proceeding with P3, public-private partnership. And so I decided, not seeing anything in the code, I'm going to ask you, what is your position with respect to the involvement of the legislature in the P3 process? And just so you know, I've also proposed legislation on P3 because Mr. John, as you just said, which made me actually feel good about the fact that I have proposed it, you just said there will be additional P3 opportunities, and I'm sure there will be additional P3 opportunities with other agencies, and I strongly believe that the legislature should play a role. And I want to say, though, that I know that because the executive director has been a member of the legislature, he understands the role of the legislature and will probably do everything that corresponds or correlates with what's in my proposed legislation. But I want to ask both you and former Senator White, what is your position with respect to the role of the legislature in the P3 process?
Well, I'll start by saying that I know that the executive director has met with the legislature to discuss these efforts. I don't think there's any requirement by law for them to be involved. And maybe what you're doing is a wise thing because it can provide the setting and the guidance for us as we move forward. So that's my position on it in general. And you heard me mention my 3 concerns when it comes to P3, and that remains.
Thank you. Former Senator White?
Yo, so nice to see you. We work together with Governor Snyder.
How are you?
The Port Authority is not a semi-autonomous. It's a fully autonomous entity. And the members of the Port Authority Board of Governors are the entity that does, the policies and the say what for the authority. Yes, the legislature has its constituency, and through its constituency, the legislature are able to interact with the executive director, with the board, in asking questions, having concern of the constituency answered, and that is as it should be. And I think that the legislature, the executive director, has made the Port Authority and its staff available through many meetings. As a matter of fact, there was a letter of accommodation that came out in a Daily Nuisance thanking the executive director of the port for all the meetings that they hold. I have here another set of meeting for the P3 situation on Tuesday, May 16th.
Former Senator White.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I know you're.
Question to the. I was just going to give you the schedule of the next set of meeting, and I hope that all of you will attend. But no, you don't have a decision role in the P3, but you certainly have an influential role, as legislators speaking on behalf of your constituency, which of course people like me would listen.
Thank you, sir. And the airports belong to the people of the Virgin Islands, and we represent the people of the Virgin Islands, and I know you and Mr. John hold that, I should say strongly, that view strongly about protecting the interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. So there's no doubt in my mind about that. But going forward, I hope that when you see the legislation that's proposed, that you offer any guidance or any recommendations with respect to how we can improve it. I want to move on to Attorney.
1 minute.
Oh boy, Thomas Jacobs. This is going to be quick. I just wanted, I have some other questions, but of course I'm the one who came late. What is your philosophy on recusal, especially in situations when, for example, former associates from the Department of Justice are to appear before you? What exactly happens in a situation like that? And how would you behave or conduct yourself with respect to that?
Good afternoon, Senator. I don't see why there would need for me to recuse myself if an AAG that I currently work with appear before me in court. If it's a case that I work on, I could see why I would need to recuse myself. But if it's a case I've never worked on and an attorney from our office appears in court, I don't see any reason why I would need to recuse myself.
Okay, Madam Chair, my time is up, so I'm going to give it back to you. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. At this time, before I entertain a motion, I would just give all the testifiers an opportunity to give some last words, and then we will take a recess before we entertain a motion. So starting with the Honorable Celestino White on St. Thomas. You may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Chair, please express my gratitude to you and the committee members and the visiting non-committee members for having me here today. This Calypsonian Waggy in his song that says, if he knew now what he knew then, he would have changed his life to be a politician. Because Celestino, around forever, wouldn't go home, and the employees at WAPA, not WAPA, what the place name? It looked like I gotta go home for sure. I forget it. At Port Authority, just call him all the time and tell him all let us do is sleep down to the port. Boy, these employees love me so much down there. They're looking for this committee to quickly approve my nomination to continue the job that I have been doing. I feel good that the territory is in good hands. I look at the 35th legislature and its members. I looked at, at legislation that you're moving. I listened to you on the tube. We're in good hands. You all are making me feel proud, and my leaving his body is exactly why I left. Because I know better than me was behind, better than me was coming, and you represent that. I thought I was good, but you should see how you. Now some people say, boy, you could boot up people. But you no boot. Boot kill Lincoln. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. I'm sure it would have been real interesting serving with you. Thank you for all that you do and for this community. So next, I will have Attorney Carol Thomas Jacobs for your last words. Thank you.
I want to thank you, Chairwoman Capehart, and all the other members of the committee for taking the time to ask me the questions, to vet me for this most important position. It's a great responsibility, and I take it very seriously. I look forward to continuing to serve this community in this new capacity, if confirmed. I also want to thank my family, my friends, my work colleagues at the Department of Justice who supported me over the years. All of them have somehow shaped me and influenced me in some way and make sure and somehow contributed to me sitting here today. I also want to let the people of the Virgin Islands know that I will serve as an independent, fair, and impartial jurist. That I will apply the law irrespective of the litigating parties, religion, as I say, disability, age, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, or political affiliation. I will decide cases based on the facts and the law. And finally, I want to say thank you to Governor Bryan again for nominating me, because I'm sure he had others he could have selected, but he chose me, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, Mr. Willard John, you may proceed.
Thank you. I've served on this Board of Governors for 3 years. I am currently in my 2nd year as the chair of the board. I can say that under the leadership of this wonderful board that we have now, and our executive director, Carlton Dow, and his staff, I can clearly say that we are, if not one of the most productive agencies in VI government. And I'm very proud of that accomplishment. And I think that moving forward, we will continue to do that, and we will continue to make everyone proud of what we are doing to enhance the ports of the Virgin Islands, and I am very happy to be a part of that. Thank you for having us express our views and our accomplishments, and we look forward to much more.
Thank you. Mr. Aaron Hutchins, and forgive us for some of my colleagues calling you Hutchinson.
That's all right.
He is Hutchins. You may proceed.
Yep. So we have this treasure. You know, the Virgin Islands is blessed with so many things in so many ways. And I think having this territorial park system is really going to be a game changer. We can develop this park system and our vision to be a leading example for the region. And I think that's the opportunity that lays before us now. Stewardship, long-term protection, as well as access and use to develop an ingrained sense of appreciation for the treasure that we have. It's all within us already. We all appreciate the life that having Mother Nature and this Virgin Islands affords us. And I appreciate the governor for supporting my interest in this and nominating me for this process. And I want to thank you, Senator Capehart, for shepherding me through this process and for holding this hearing to consider my nomination today, and your former colleagues in the 35th Legislature. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate your questions. I look forward to many more meetings on this subject in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins. As I mentioned before, it's very important that people, when asked to serve on these boards and commissions, serve your community, I know some individuals don't want to accept their request to serve on a board. But just know, look around, these are my colleagues in the Rules and Judiciary Committee. I think we are respectful, so when the governor asks for you to come before us, we would deal with you respectfully. I just ask, as you I don't know how the vote is going to go, but you understand your fiduciary responsibility to these boards, commission, and to your judgeship. So I just want to say thank you. And at this time, we will take a 10-minute recess before we go into block 2. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
I recognize Senator Bolkes for his motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nominee, Mr. Aaron Hutchinson, to the Virgin Islands Territorial Park Board of Trustees be favorably voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Properly moved and by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Johnson.
Second.
Madam Clerk. Seconded by Carla Joseph. Johnson, Senator Johnson and Joseph. Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Angel Bolkes Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The nominee has been voted upon and passed by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of the Committee of Rules to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Madam Chair.
I acknowledge Senator Carla Joseph for her motion.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that the governor's nominee, Senator Celestino White, former Senator Celestino White Sr., to the Virgin Islands Port Authority Governing Board be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Properly moved by
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph and seconded by Senator Maurice James, Senator Johnson, and Senator Potter. Madam Clerk,
Bolkes
roll call.
also,
And who else?
Madam Chair, Bolkes also seconded. I know you're not
And
hearing
Senator
it on our end.
Bolkes.
Yes.
Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
The nominee has been voted upon and passed by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of the Committee of Rules. Can you please?
Motion.
I was in the middle of the sending this to the full body. So Senator Gittens, who just came, we would have to go back through this motion, Senator, before. Okay, so just reflect Senator Gittens as yes for that vote, for that nominee. The nominee has been voted upon and passed in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded out of this body and into the full body for further consideration.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that the nomination of Carol Thomas Jacobs, Esquire, the governor's nominee for a seat on the Virgin Islands Superior Court bench, be favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration.
Second. Second.
Can you please restate your motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the nomination of Carol Thomas Jacobs, Esquire, the governor's nominee for a seat on the Virgin Islands Superior Court bench, be favorably voted upon by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator, who was that second?
Volquez.
Volquez. Clerk, may I have roll call on the motion? And Joseph also seconded. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr.,
Yay.
Senator Volquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
The nominee has been voted upon, passed by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion? Motion.
Motion. Motion.
Motion, Senator Johnson.
Madam Chair, I move that the governor nominee, Mr. Willard John, be voted on favorably in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Second. Second.
Properly moved by Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator James, Senator Volquez, Senator Gittens. Did I miss anyone else?
Senator Joseph.
Senator Joseph. Clerk, roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr.,
Yay.
Senator Volquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Senator Milton Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
The nominee has been voted upon and passed by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. We finished with all of them, correct? Okay, you can have a 30-second wrap up since this is our closing. Starting with you.
Again, I just want to say thank you to all to members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for voting in support of my nomination and for forwarding it to the committee as a whole. Again, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I too would like to thank the committee for the positive vote and hope that when it goes in front of the body, it is also positive, and I look forward to continue serving the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time and attention. And thank you for this hearing today. And I look forward to many future meetings on the Virgin Islands Territorial Park System. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you all. Thank you for all that you do serving the community. This committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The committee is out of recess and we are back on the record. First, I'd like to acknowledge non-committee member, Senator Francis. Welcome. Earlier today, we heard testimony from nominees Aaron Hutchins, Carol Thomas Jacobs, Willard John, Celestina White to the Territorial Park Board of Trustees, Superior Court, Judge St. Thomas District, and the VI Port Authority Governing Board. Respectfully, in block 2 and 4, the committee will consider Bill number 35004, 35010, 350017, 350018, 350019, 350025, 350049, 350055, 350026, 35026, 35028. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into the record from any committee member?
No, Madam Chair.
Good, so we'll proceed in block 2. Who speaks on 35-0010? Senator Gittins, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. On or about March 20th, the Senate President, Novalie Francis, and I had the opportunity of and the pleasure of introducing Bill number 35-0010 to the body and to the public. Also sponsoring this measure is signing on was Senator at Large Angel Bolquez. Bill number 35-0010 honors and commends Mr. Eloy Wente Nelson for his years of service to the Virgin Islands community by naming the Christiansted bypass in his honor and making a $10,000 appropriation from the general fund for the appropriate signage. Again, Mr. Nelson was born and raised right here on St. Croix. He is an expert in urban design and construction that devoted his considerable talents to the Department of Public Works for nearly some 3 decades that we discussed here in depth on or about March 20th. He oversaw every major project during his period, which was about 1977 to 2007, but was especially instrumental in seeing the Christiansted bypass underway. We know that the bypass was planned since the 1970s, and it was, no pun intended, quite a bumpy road to its construction and completion. However, Mr. Nelson remained a consistent advocate for the project and spearheaded the start of the construction. When the bypass was opened for public use in January 2013, I think it was described as the largest completed public works project ever in the Virgin Islands history. Therefore, Mr. Nelson had the vision, the determination, and the skills to move this and many other projects forward, and we are proud to have the opportunity to honor his hard work and commitment. Again, this is sponsored on behalf of Senate President Francis, Senator at Large Bolquez, and myself, asking this committee for your support as we got overwhelming support in the Committee of Jurisdiction, again, on or about March 20th. Thank you. Looking forward for a good discussion and this committee voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Just to let everyone know, there are no testifiers for these blocks with these bills. So, clerk, is there any correspondence to be read from any testifiers? Okay. Say it on the record.
Madam Clerk, there are no testifiers on this block.
Thank you. So we would begin a line of questioning, if you have any, for Bill 350010. Oh, you want us to just go through? Okay. So who speaks on Bill 350017? Senator Francis, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. And again, I also want to take this opportunity to recognize that, in fact, today we laid to rest, one of my brother in blue, Sergeant Rolando Huertas, and continue to extend my condolences to his family. What a moving funeral service for Mr. Huertas. I'm still a little bit in awe about that whole situation. Very good turnout, and I really want to thank the public who came out and showed their support for him and the family. So this measure, Bill 35-0017, was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and voted out of that committee. And of course, the powerful Rules and Judiciary Committee, as a clearinghouse, have a responsibility then to further vet these measures as we move through. By virtue of the Senate presidency, any measure that's sent down from the governor, if it hasn't been preempted by some other senator, then it's a responsibility of the Senate president to move that measure forward. Hence, Bill 35-0017, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of Property and Procurement, and Sun Tech Group, doing business as St. Thomas Gas. Measure is before us. Pursuant to the title, the Virgin Islands Property and Procurement have already vetted this particular lease and gave their blessings, as well as the Governor of the Virgin Islands. And now the legislature is moving this lease forward with the final authority to be able to move this measure. So all in all, I'm asking for my colleagues' support in the Rules and Judiciary Committee as we continue to move these measures forward to be considered at the next session for the purpose of, again, the government of the Virgin Islands being able to collect revenues based on the lease agreement that have been made by the entity requesting the lease agreement, as well as Property and Procurement operating on the behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands. I ask for my colleagues' support on this measure, Bill 35-0017. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Who speaks on Bill 35-0018? You may proceed, Senator Francis.
Very well. Again, this measure was actually voted out of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, the Committee of Jurisdiction. Bill 35-0018 is an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement, and A9 Trucking Enterprises, Inc., and Sarnelli Brothers, VI, Inc., doing business as the Virgin Islands Recycling Company. Again, this measure is brought before the legislature for the purpose of finalizing and effectuating this lease. And this company is seeking to conduct operations of its scrap metal and collections and sales business, and for other services, other related services, with these properties being used contingent upon the lease agreement through the government of the Virgin Islands and this entity. I'm again asking for my colleagues' support in moving this measure forward. Bill number 35-0018.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0019? You're on a roll. Go right ahead, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. in the nick of time, right? Bill number 35.0019, again, was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. And it's an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Telephone Corporation doing its business as VIA for a portion of a telecommunication tower and bunker in building number 1, suite 2, parcels number 6, Recovery Hill, Company Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. And in order for the VIA to continue to provide services to this community, second to none, and be able to upgrade their services, they're seeking this lease with the government of the Virgin Islands, where they'll be erecting a tower. This lease is for 10 years and at the annual rent of $36,000, and it's for the purpose of establishing and operating a wireless link connection and housing associated equipment in a 9x8 bunker and for other related purposes whatsoever. I'm asking for my colleagues' support on this measure as we seek to, again, bring in revenues into the government coffers. Thank you very much. This is a bill number 35.0019. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So as Senator Francis mentioned, that these bills before us in Block 2 today, they have already been vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and we are just clearing these bills out of the Rules Committee today. But I would be giving my colleagues 2 minutes if they have any comments on these bills before us in Block 2, 2 minutes, starting with Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say I commend the bill sponsors for all of the bills before us in this block. More so, the bill for Mr. Aloy Wenty Nielsen, of course, for his dedication and hard work throughout the decades in the Department of Public Works, and of course, giving back to the community with envisioning what is now known as the Christiansted bypass in order to curtail a lot of that traffic and congestion. And, you know, as we move forward as a society in the Virgin Islands, there are going to be some infrastructure changes that we're going to have to consider for the betterment of our society. So I admire Mr. Wenty Nielsen's foresight and look forward to seeing other people come up in his footsteps that will be able to help us accommodate the growth of society, one would say. I'd also like to support all of the lease agreements that are before us for the government of the Virgin Islands, for VIA, who is a telecommunications, one of the telecommunications leaders here in the Virgin Islands, that ultimately also gives back to our community, our schools as well. So I'm looking forward for them reinstating their position here and moving forward with their growth as a telecommunications company, along with the leases for A9 and also for the lease of the bill number 0017 with Suntech. Madam Chair, I have no questions and look forward to voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Johnson, you may proceed. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too will be supporting all of these measures at the appropriate time. But however, I'll just speak a little bit about Mr. Wenty Nelson, a man that was dedicated his life to this community. And I always say it's good to give a person their flowers whilst they're alive. And in this piece of measure, I tip my hat off to the sponsor of this piece of legislation, that we're recognizing a Virgin Island who devoted his life to the Virgin Islands. The bypass have done wonders for people that traverse into the eastern part, especially when there's some traffic in town, you get to get by. It was a real needed, project in the territory of in the island of St. Croix. And I must congratulate Mr. Wenty Nelson in his work and, wish him all the best in his endeavor. I know he's relaxing now, but now is the best time. Definitely make sure you recognize him for the work that he have done with all the other projects. Some 30 years in one agency says a lot. It says a person was dedicated, devoted, and put his life to seeing a better Virgin Islands. So I thank him for his work and dedication to the people, especially on St. Croix with that project. And at the appropriate time, I definitely will be voting the affirmative for all of these measures. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Carla Joseph, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I also rise in support of all of the measures in this block. I specifically wanted to speak on Bill 35-00110, which will honor and commend Mr. Aloy Wenty Nielsen for his years of service to the Virgin Islands community. This bill and this measure was properly vetted in the committee which I chair, Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. But I want to note that this bill was a carryover from the 34th legislature. And at the time, we ran out of time to hear it, and it was sponsored by our Senate President, Novell Francis. What I want to really talk in particular about this individual is that the room in the legislative conference room was packed with a number of supporters. This gentleman has won national awards based on his drawing. And you could see that he has such a great love of his community and his family. So it's very appropriate that we bestow this honor on him while his family can bask and be appreciative that you have a community who is grateful and demonstrating their gratitude for his years of unselfish and dedicated service to the people of the Virgin Islands. The other 3 leases items in this block, which are leases, came before the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance on March, well, it would be earlier this month, last month, and they have been properly vetted, and some of them were left over and were reintroduced again during this legislative body. So I stand ready, Madam Chair and colleagues, and I'm hoping that we all will stand ready to support all of the measures in this block. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Potter, you may proceed with 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Of course, I rise in support of all of the initiatives in block number 2, all of which were extensively vetted in the various committees of jurisdiction. I happen to be a member of the Committee on Government Operations, and the initiative Bill number 35-0010 is one that I remember us discussing, and it was a real positive day. Mr. Aloy Wenty Nielsen was there, and he had the house was packed, had a full, a large number of supporters who were there to support this gentleman. I mean, I always say that it is always a joyous thing when we are in a position as Virgin Islanders, as lawmakers, to honor, commend, and recognize those among us who have demonstrated excellence in their specific area of expertise. Mr. Nielsen has been a part of every major road initiative, road development initiative in this territory,
30
St. Thomas
seconds.
and St. Croix. So it was really heartwarming that we would recognize him and honor him in such a fashion. Similarly, the initiatives for the development of the lease agreement outlined in Bill number 35-0017 as well as 0018 are initiatives that ultimately will provide a business development, expansion, and opportunities for the Virgin Islands.
Time.
Bill number 35-0019, I just wrap up, Madam Chair, provides essential upgrades for VIA with regards to establishing wireless link connections in the territory. So at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I will vote in the affirmative for all the items in block number 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. I'll now proceed with Senator James. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to be very short and sweet. Number one, I spoke already about honoring and commending Mr. Aloy Wenty Nelson because I know him personally, and he is a professional in every sense of the word. So clearly he is deserving of this. Rare and few and far between men that we encounter in this community. The other bills dealing with the leases, I definitely agree with the government of the VI entering into these leases because they will in fact improve businesses in the islands, and as a result, of course, promote the economy of the Virgin Islands. So I will also be voting in the affirmative for all the bills in this block. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Novell Francis, would you like to have any words?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. As I've indicated before in regards to the lease agreements, these are purely procedural in moving these measures forward. In respect to the resolution honoring and commending Mr. Aloy Wenty Nelson, I joined certainly my colleagues, Senator Gittins and Senator Bolkes, as we triangulate on this particular measure to ensure that the Christiansted bypass is named in honor of Mr. Nelson and the work that he have done in respect to that measure, as well as a number of public work, federal programs, initiative that he's undertaken and proven to have been worthy over the years. So at the appropriate time, I don't have a vote in this particular committee, but at the appropriate time, I will be voting in the affirmative so that we can move these measures forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, colleagues. This has, oh yeah, my 2 minutes. I'm so ready to vote. Yes, I am in support of the measures that's before this committee today. I personally had the opportunity to talk about or to give my experience when it was time to present Mr. Wenty Nelson for his service in this community. As I mentioned in that committee that when we were first doing the environmental inspections for environmental protection, I could not have seen how this big project could happen, but with great engineering, it is an ease for the people of Christiansted to traverse back and forth. So I am in support of honoring the Christiansted bypass after Mr. Aloy Wenty Nelson, and the other measures that's before us today, I would say I am in support. So colleagues, at this time, I will entertain. You didn't get your 2 minutes. I'm sorry, Senator Gittins. You see what I mean? Senator Gittins, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would have been okay if you had passed too. I mean, I know you didn't do it intentionally, but like the president, I'm still a little overwhelmed with this funeral this morning as well. Condolences again to the Hueltas family, and two songs sung this morning that just stuck with me. Leaning on the everlasting arms. And at this point, that is exactly what I'm doing. And I must say, his son had some great courage there today to stand before such a crowd and sing that song. Never would have, what is it? Never would have I made it, by Marvin Sapp. I mean, he did such an excellent job on that song. And I just want to say again, condolences to them. Sorry. And again, to the measures before us, at the appropriate time, I will vote in favor of all. Mr. Wenty Nelson, again, I firmly believe in giving one their flowers while they're alive. And I just want to say congratulations to him. And to the people of the Virgin Islands, I say to you still again, hold fast on this WAPA debacle. The people of the Virgin Islands will prevail. The courts spoke earlier this month, and again, the Supreme Court is speaking up. So I look forward to the end of this so that we could bring better rates to the people of this territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I too, it's pretty hard for me to sit here today when Mr. Fuentes was like a family member to me. The cast iron family, Barton Peterson, his wife Debbie. So for me to be here and having to do the people's work and know that there's a family member being buried was hard for me today, but may he rest in peace. And I know it's hard for many. I too worked for the police department and was able to develop a professional level with him. So soon as we are finished with voting today, I plan to gather and go to the repast. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move the bills. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0010, an act honoring and commending Mr. Aloy Wenty Nelson for his years of service to the Virgin Islands community and naming the Christiansted bypass in his honor, making a $10,000 appropriation from the general fund for signage at Aloy Nelson bypass and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senators Novelli Francis Jr., Angel L. Bolquez, and myself, be voted upon favorably to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator James. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
Bill number 35-0010 has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I neglected to also state that the co-sponsor of this measure is also Senator Maurice C. James on Bill number 35-0010. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Now I'll entertain a motion for Bill number 35-0017. Do I hear a motion?
Motion, Madam Chair. Motion.
Proceed, Senator Joseph.
And thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0017, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Suntech Group Incorporated, doing business as St. Thomas Gas for parcel number 4 Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 27,732.393 US square foot or 0.637 US acres, as shown on Public Work Drawing File Number D9-1426-T78, to be used for the purpose of operating a trucking, transportation, delivery, and retail business of bottled propane gas, and for no other purpose, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
It was seconded by Senator Bolquez.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph and seconded by Senator Bolkes and Senator Johnson. Clerk, may I have a roll call on the motion?
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.,
Yeah.
Senator Bolquez, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yea.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0017 has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0018, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and A9 Trucking Enterprises Incorporated, and Cernelli Brothers, VI, Inc., doing business as VI Recycling Company, be favorably approved and voted upon in this committee and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
And
Do I hear a second?
second.
Senator Bolquez seconded, Madam Chair.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph and seconded by Senator Bolkes and Senator Johnson. Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.,
Yeah.
Senator Bolquez, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yea.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0018 has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0019, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Telephone Corporation, doing business as VIA, for a portion of a telecommunication tower and a bunker in building number 1, suite 2, parcel number 6, Recovery Hill, Company Quarters, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of a telecommunications tower and a 9-by-8 room and bunker, zoned P, for the establishment and operation of wireless link connections and to house associated equipment in the 9-by-8 bunker and for no other purposes whatsoever, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph and seconded by Senator Johnson. Madam Clerk,
Bolquez.
and Senator Bolquez. Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yea.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0019 has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Colleagues, we have finished Block 1 and Block 2. I just want to say when we are seconding a motion, please say it loud so I can hear, so Senator Joseph doesn't always have to repeat who's seconding. If I could hear you clearly, it would help. Thank you. So we are moving on to Block 3. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0025? Senator Bolquez, are you speaking on behalf of your bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of Bill number 35-0026, an act amending Title 22. Oh, I apologize, wrong block. I apologize. Madam Chair, I rise in support of Bill number 35-0025, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Department of Property and Procurement, and Anthony Isaac, DBA, Ace Trucking and Trash Removal. This lease will assure that Ace Trucking and Trash Removal will be able to continue operating and providing necessary services of waste management for the people in this district. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Who speaks on Bill number 35-0049? Senator Bolquez, are you? Oh, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you may proceed. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I once again introduce Bill number 35-0049. This measure is no stranger to the institution, as we've been discussing this measure since the 34th legislature. And this bill is to establish a local food and farm council in accordance with Mandate 5 of the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan. This measure is straightforward as it creates the local food and farm council in furtherance of our commitment as senators, as leaders in this territory, to the full implementation of the Territorial Agricultural Plan. The language was derived, of course, from the Ag Plan and the proposed legislation was shared with the task force members. They gave their recommendations, and I'm asking my colleagues once again to support this measure resoundingly. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Who speaks on Bill 35-0055? Senator Johnson, you may proceed. 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I speak on bill number 35-0055. This piece of measure has been in front of us in committee, and it was discussed in length. If we don't speak about our ancestors and our history, who is going to speak about it for us? If our children are not taught about the history of this territory, how and when will they have any sense of pride about where our leaders, where our forefathers' direction of this territory was? So I am asking my colleagues to support this measure. Let's move it forward. There's some, disturbance news with it. We can pass bill anytime. However, when something is in front of the court, we shouldn't jump in and make decisions. Allow the court to make the decision, and if we are not pleased, we can then come and change it back. But we shouldn't be making moves while something is in front of the court. That's a separation of power. The legislature have its duty, the judicial have its duty, and the executive have its duty. And as I say, we can move measures at any time, but let's respect each branch of government, and at the appropriate time, I'm asking for your support on this measure. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. So, colleagues, at this time, if you want to have any words on these block of bills in Block 3, you may proceed with 3 minutes, starting with Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start off with Bill number 350025. I'm in accordance with that lease agreement for Ace Trucking and Trash Removal. As for Bill number 350049, I commend the bill sponsor, as this bill stimulates and maintains and helps increases economic growth and productivity in the area of agriculture, and it achieves mandate number 5. And as we know, the local Food and Farm Council will help facilitate important networking needs for agricultural purposes to the producers and the vendors of the Virgin Islands. So I'm in full support and also a sponsor of that measure. As for 350055, I have some questions. As it were, we're saying that we're going back to the original language, if I understand what's before me, in the contents of this bill. Now, the original language is 30 plus years, of which there was a court case associated with this portion of the law, a 20-year-old court case. And when it was amended to support integration, which the department came and mentioned that integration, that they were working on integration, and they showed us that integration was working in the K to, I believe, 8 grades. Oh, no, K to 6, I believe. And they were showing us some of the slides as to what they were doing and integrating VI history and Caribbean
1 minute.
history in our schools. Now, what I also heard that there were supposed to be amendments by the department, and not once did the department ever say that they had any exception to integration. They were actually in support and actually doing integration. I do not see the amendments for this bill. I also am looking at it from a broad scope. We have a 30-year-old piece of legislation which meant which meant to support VI history and Caribbean history, which I'm not against at all. I was a board member on the Board of Education. Check the files. I always supported that being taught in our schools. But then we want to revert back to a court case that, and this is no disrespect to the judicial branch, but has been looming for 20 odd years. My questions or my concerns are that why aren't we, if we're going to fix it, why not suggest what the fix is? Why do we have to go back to the original piece of legislation? Madam Chair, I believe my time was called, but I will think about 350055. At this time, I don't believe I will be in support of it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Until I see the amendments.
Thank you, Senator Bolkus. There are no amendments at this time in this committee. So we will proceed with Senator Carla Joseph. I can't find my people.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to also commend the sponsor of Bill number 35-0049, which speaks to adding a subchapter to establishing a local food and farm council in accordance with the mandate 5 of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. We need to really fast track our efforts for food sustainability. And this measure, again, is part of that overall strategy and is a component of that strategy for us to be able to sustain ourselves by farming the food that we need. I also stand ready to support Bill number 35-025, which is a lease. This bill was properly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and it's non-controversial. And in fact, we will be supporting some local people in providing this lease agreement, and that's what government do. We support and private sector as well as small businesses. Bill number 35-0055. I too, like the previous speaker, have some issues with this bill. I had issues with it when it was heard in the Committee on Education and Workforce Development. I mentioned my issues, and there were amendments that were supposed to be coming forward and be brought forward. They are not here. And so I can't, with all consciousness, vote for this bill, especially when it's stating that these courses in elementary school, especially when our young people are supposed to be learning the fundamentals in their academic, adding, multiplying, subtracting, division, as well as their phonics. I don't know how that would work, but I do know about integrated curriculum. I have been a part of an entity and I led the charge in integrating curriculum. So I really know that in education, if anything is repeated and you see the redundancy, the young people would be able to regurgitate it because it's something that's repetitious. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Johnson, you are recognized for points of information.
Bill number 35-0055 was vetted in committee, and there was no amendment promised by anyone to be brought forward when this bill was voted on. The bill was voted on as it speaks for itself. There was no agreement with no one that there was going to be any amendment. No one had any amendment to bring forward, so therefore that's why this measure is as it is. Just a point of information, there was no amendment planned to be brought by no one in the Committee of Education. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. At this time, Senator Potter, you may proceed with 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of all of the items in this block. And I'm going to start with the Bill number 35.0055. And Marcus Garvey, Honorable Marcus Garvey, once said that a people without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. My concern here in the Virgin Islands legislature is that very often we pass legislation which, on paper, looks good, and we celebrate and we feel good about what we've achieved. But ultimately, the issue is in the implementation. How are we going to implement it? It is my hope that there is some value in making some recommended amendments to this initiative, perhaps when we get to the floor of the Senate for the full session, whereby we don't put a burden on the Department of Education to create the actual courses on the K through 8 level. That is a concern that I have, that the bill in its current form requires the creation of these courses in kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, all the way up through high school. I am optimistic. I believe the last time the Department of Education was here, they were discussing a strategy to implement and infuse the teaching of Virgin Islands history
1 minute.
at the lower grades while keeping the required courses in the higher grades. I think it is a much more practical way of us, implementing and ensuring that our children get the most of the knowledge and exposure of Virgin Islands history. And I am willing to vote in the affirmative to move it along here in the Rules Committee, with hopes that from a practical standpoint and listening to the subject matter experts at the Department of Education, that we will develop a strategy to infuse the teaching of Virgin Islands history in the lower grades while maintaining the actual standalone courses on the high school level. So at the appropriate time, I will vote for the initiative with hopes that on session day, we will at least have a move towards creating an amendment so that we can, from a practical standpoint, be in a position to implement and execute a bill that will be practical for our children when we are teaching or when they are learning Virgin Islands history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too rise in support of all the measures in this block, but specifically, I believe it's important. I mean, I've already shared with you my position, or our position, on the local Food and Farm Council, and the fact that the ace trucking and trash removal, those are young men who are into a small business here in the Virgin Islands, and our responsibility is, in fact, to support small businesses. So I don't really need to belabor that. However, this bill number 35.0055 has been a bone of contention for, not the bill, but actually the Virgin Islands history in our schools. And this was discussed extensively in the committee, but there is this overarching concern. The speaker that spoke before us pretty much spoke about the importance of ensuring that there must be some integration on our elementary levels. We need to find out from the Department of Education again, where are they with the how it's taught on the 7th to 8th grade. As far as my knowledge, or my memory serves me, we have geography courses on the 7th through 8th grade level, and I think some history. So we need to really look at it, and if we're going to make the change, let's do it in earnest, not for today, but let's try to do it in earnest for tomorrow. I think that's what we should be doing, but I do support the measure. And then, of course, absolutely on the high school level, Virgin Islands history must be thought as a standalone. So I won't take up my 3 minutes on this, but I believe that the measures are good measures. I'm not a member of this committee, so I will vote at the appropriate time in session. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. I will entertain Senator Novell Francis at this time for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I too will be fully supporting all 3 of the measures in this particular block, and of course the Bill 35.0025, which speaks to the ACE trucking and trash removal. Again, that's moving that measure forward in being able to have a partnership with the waste management and be able to help to beautify and clean up our island. Bill number 35.0049, again, I want to commend the bill sponsor for her stick-to-itiveness in making sure that we continue to provide all of the available resources for us to be able to move our agriculture industry forward. It's important that we commend the work that has been done by Dr. Hall, as well as former Commissioner of Agriculture, Positive T.A. Nelson, in respect to really the development, as well as a team in developing the agriculture plan, and hence now putting this council forward for local food and farm plan. I think is a step in the right direction, and we'll continue to monitor this as we move forward. Bill 35.0055, I support this measure, and I think that we keep getting hung up on the word integration in this respect, and we deserve, and we demanding Virgin Islands history be taught at the elementary, junior high, and the high school level. And I think that that's just the premise of what we're operating off of. Let's forget about who's the messenger. But let's listen to the message. I think it's clearly necessary for us. We've been fighting this battle far too long. And if you don't know where you're from, you ain't gonna know where you're going. I think the time has truly come for us to address this and be able to move this forward. Where Virgin Islands history is unique, Virgin Islands history is rich, Virgin Islands history is necessary for people to know where they've been, where they're going, and there should be no denying. There should be no denying of being able to teach our youngsters this. A lot of time we're learning about everything else under the sun, and we don't know the commonalities with the common threads and issues of the Virgin Islands history. So I will be supporting this measure as it continues to be vetted. I don't have a vote in this committee, but I truly believe that the time is ripe and long overdue, in my opinion, for us to move this measure forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. Senator Gittins, you may proceed with 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all again. Madam Chair, I would support the measures in this block. However, we're speaking to 35.0055, the act that amends the Virgin Islands Code pertaining to the school curriculum in elementary and secondary schools. There's a process for everything. And the one thing that I don't take lightly is for us to be playing cat and mouse between the branches of government. With the matter being filed before the courts, and then the circumvention of people coming, trying to get things changed within the law, and then the judicial system is caught up in making a decision based on what's coming. It should be based on what's currently written. And so I had some reservations about the process surrounding what was taking place with that. However, I do understand what the sponsor is seeking to do, and would support the measure. Hopefully, we can just do this right once and for all for the betterment of our children, so that they can know who they are, who we are. At the appropriate time, I do believe I'll vote on all three measures. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be supporting all three measures in this block. With respect to Bill number 35-0025, it's straightforward. The Department of Property and Procurement has found it fitting to enter into a lease agreement with this company, Ace Trucking and Trash Removal. Clearly that assists, again, as I said before, with economic development. When it comes to Bill number 35-0049, I also commend, first of all, the fact that we were able to have a Virgin Islands agricultural plan, and clearly at this point, in order to make it effective and implement it, it's important that we begin to establish, as is stated here, the Local Food and Farm Council, so that mandate number 5 of the plan can become effective. We can't continue to have plans sitting on a shelf, and so of course it's great that we are moving affirmatively to make the wheels move, to have the wheels move and not stuck. When it comes to Bill number 35-0055, the important or the salient feature for me in supporting this bill is that I object to the integration approach on the high school level as opposed to teaching our history as a single discipline. So that was my impetus more than anything else for us to revert to the original language, because it's more important for our seniors, meaning high schoolers really, junior high and high schoolers, to be taught history as a single discipline rather than an integrated approach. And when the legislature changed the language in the code in December, what it did was it then, in a sense, subordinated or subjugated history to other disciplines. When it comes to us really fixing it, that can be done, as stated by the sponsor. We always have the
30
opportunity.
seconds.
But it's important now that we recognize that the law as written does not serve our junior high students and high school students. It gives them the integrated approach, which I object to as a former teacher myself. So I support all the bills, and thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. I am in support of the bills before us in Block 3. I just have to say that, the Virgin Islands, particularly St. Croix, used to be the breadbasket of the Caribbean. And we didn't have any plan then, but obviously we need a plan now. Because we always talking about sustaining ourselves, and that's why I'm in support of establishing this agriculture plan. I was able to sit in the committee because I am a member of the education committee, and I think this this legislation before us, 35-0055, has been vetted. And I feel, if colleagues, if you feel that this needs a change, it's good legislation, bring the amendment. That's what you do. You know, if you think that something needs to be improved, it's a good bill, bring your amendment. 35-0025, I'm in support of this legislation also. I understand that these are young guys that I believe in empowering our young people to be entrepreneurs and to be helping us with our waste problem to make sure that our island is kept clean. So at this time, colleagues, I am ready to entertain a motion for Block 3 so we can vote on these measures. I hear a motion.
You bring in the ag bill, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I sleep in.
Motion.
Motion. Motion, Senator Johnson.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0055, an act amending Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Code pertaining to school curriculum in the elementary and secondary school, be voted on favorably in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Do I hear a second? Second, sorry. Okay, properly moved by Senator Johnson and seconded by Senator James. Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.,
Nay.
Senator Bolquez, nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Not voting.
Senator Carla Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 5 yay, 1 nay, 1 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0055 has been voted upon this committee and passed by this Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of the full body for further consideration.
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just wanted to say I was a teacher for 8 years. I taught VI history. I was a board member for the Board of Education. I voted in support of VI history curriculum in our schools every single time. So I want to make it abundantly clear. I am not against VI history or Caribbean history being taught in our schools. As it stands, the commissioner mentioned that there were going to be amendments. I'm looking for the amendments. And as is, the bill still needs some more work, hence the way that I voted. So don't let them go on the radio and make how I feel Angel Bolquez Jr. does not support VI history or Caribbean history. Check the scripts. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Do I hear a motion on bill number 35-0025?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order?
Yes.
What?
I don't believe, I
What-
just believe that you didn't hit the gavel on that vote.
I did.
Did you? I didn't. You did? That was,
I did
Okay.
hit the gavel. You hear it now?
yeah,
I
we
did hit-
didn't hear it or see it. And I have a point of personal privilege if I can.
Point of personal privilege. We on a
Thank
roll
you
here,
so much.
Senator. So
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say my vote because I have worked with young people who have difficulty understanding their work academically. Over the past 12 years, and I have taught also in those type of program with young people who are at risk and have learning challenges. And when you integrate a curriculum from the basis, it helps them with the ability to retain the information. So our goal is just not to teach a course, but we want to be able to have them retain it so that they could regurgitate it and they could see how it's applied. My vote is not voting because I do believe in the integration of curriculum so that students could learn the relevance and they could get a bit of retention of the information that is being taught, and repetition presents that. So I'm in favor of VI history being taught in schools and being a standalone course in our secondary school. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you. Colleagues, let me just say this. This is Rules and Judiciary. These bills have already been vetted. If these bills move out of this committee and go to the full body for full consideration, you'll have a third bite. Okay, so if you vote nay, you vote not voting. To me, you don't have to defend yourself in this committee. You just don't vote or you vote. So motion on Bill 350025. Senator Gittins? Oh, Senate, you want to do 0049? Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0049, an act amending Title 7, Chapter 1 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding subchapter V111, establishing a local food and farm council in accordance with Mandate 5 of the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan, be voted upon favorably here in the Rules and Judiciary Committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator James, Senator Johnson. Did I miss anybody on St. Thomas? Bolquez?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bolquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 350049 has been voted upon favorably by this Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion on Bill number 350025?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Bolquez.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 350025, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Property and Procurement and Anthony Isaac, DBA, Ace Trucking and Trash Removal, be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Do I hear a second? Properly moved by Senator Bolquez and seconded by Senator Johnson. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bolquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 350025 has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Well, they didn't hear it the first time. Colleagues, we'll take a 5-minute recess before we go into Block 4. We are back on the record. Recess is over, and we are now ready to proceed with block number 4. Who speaks on bill number 35-0026? Senator James, you may proceed.
Bill number 35-0026 speaks to us amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code relating to insurers becoming members. This act is very significant. This bill, I should say, is very significant, especially to me as a real estate attorney, I must say that, because what it does is it allows our local banks to become members of the Federal Home Loan Bank. And one of the conditions of becoming a member of the Federal Home Loan Bank system is that they must engage in real estate lending as a condition of that membership, which then would support housing finance and community investment. So I commend the bill sponsor, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, on this significant bill. And I remember looking at the hearing and hearing attorney, which attorney was it? Attorney Dudley say that he had actually had a conversation with Senator Noble Francis and Senator Donna Fred Gregory. So the time has come for us to move these types of measures that will, at a time like this when we're trying to increase the home ownership in the VI, we are assisting the banks and in turn really promoting community investment and allowing the banks then to pass the low-cost loans to their customers. So I ask the members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee to support this bill and vote favorably. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Who speaks on bill number 35-0050?
Amendment 0050. I do,
Speaking
Madam
on
Chair.
Okay, speak on behalf of that bill.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Bill number 35-0050 really at the in the committee of jurisdiction, the sponsor, and in this case, the sponsors are Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Senator Marie C. James, Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., and Senator Marvin A. Blyden. It is also co-sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. This is an important bill because year after year, I think as far back as most of us can remember, every summer we hear of all the issues surrounding getting the schools ready for the children to return to school. And it always seemed as if that was the only time that we would have school maintenance under the spotlight. It's important for us as a community, and especially for the Department of Education, to move from what I would call breakdown maintenance to preventative maintenance. And that can be done by establishing a Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. I want to say also that during the that committee hearing, the different amendments or recommendations and suggestions that came from the Commissioner of Education were incorporated by the bill's sponsors and agreed to by all of us who believe that it's important that there be a collaboration between the Department of Education and what would become the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. So I'm asking my colleagues in this committee to vote favorably on Bill number 35-0050.
Thank you, Senator James. Proceeding to bill number 35-0054 is Senator DeGraff here to speak. Senator DeGraff, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Testing, you could hear me? Thank you, Madam Chair. I move, not I move. You could hear me? Madam Chair, you could hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Okay, good. I was just making sure. I do apologize.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Bill number 35-0054, an act amending Title 1, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, Section 103B, relating to Centennial Treasurers Award to provide for a single lump sum award payment. Madam Chair and colleagues, this bill, based on the Centennial Treasurers Award, there's $5,000 to be given to any Virgin Islanders who have lived here for 30 years or more and have attained the age of 100 years old. But how it's done is done where they're given $4,000 to the individual making birthday, and then upon their passing, the family is given $1,000 to make the $5,000 to go toward their burial arrangements. Commissioner has spoken to me, and we have collaborated to state that it became a sort of a problem to Department of Human Services to have to hold on to the $1,000 until the person passes and have to make contact with the individual's family. So they would appreciate if it would just be done where the bill would be to change to where the full $5,000 is given to them. One of my colleagues said they had an amendment for it, which if you go through, would be getting that arrangement set. But I'm asking for the support of the Rules Committee in providing the $5,000 to the senior who makes 100 years of age to give them the full payment. And then we would show them that we still honor and respect them. So I'm asking for the support in this committee. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, colleagues, this is our last block of bills, and you may proceed with 2 minutes if you have any comments in support or not supporting of the bill. So, Senator Bolkes, you may proceed with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of all of the measures in this block 4, Bill number 350026, concerning or relating to the Federal Home Loan Bank, Bill number 350050 for the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. And I understand that there is an amendment that's before us as well to further enhance this bill. Also, Bill number 350054 relating to the Centennial Treasurers Award. All of the bills have been properly vetted, and I look forward to voting in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Collard Joseph, you may proceed with 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, Senator Joseph is not here at this moment.
Okay, no problem. We'll proceed with the next colleague, who would be Senator Johnson. I'm sorry, I skipped you. I'm not even following my roll call.
That's okay, Madam Chair. I don't need 2 minutes. I just need to say it on the record that I will be supporting all 3 measures at the appropriate time and will be voting for them. All 3 measures really make some big difference to this territory, especially with the education department. As we know, the issue every year, time after time, with the maintenance of our school. And for sure, let's give our seniors that $5,000 one time. So at the appropriate time, I will be voting for all 3 measures. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke, of course, to both the Federal Home Loan Bank and how important it is to the territory and to, of course, the banks that will become members and insurance companies that will become members, especially the insurance companies who would need that liquidity, especially when there's a catastrophic event, which unfortunately is a reality of our lives when it comes to hurricanes. The maintenance, of course, again, that's a no-brainer. We definitely need to begin maintaining our schools and really get this bureau up and running because we're going to have new schools online soon. And of course, I definitely support the bill number 35-0054 with the
1 minute.
5,000 to our centennial, those who make that 100-year mark. And I'm hoping also that it's implemented when they know their birthday is coming so they can give them on that 100th birthday. Because as I've seen in the past, sometimes people don't last too much longer than that 100th birthday. So we need to give it to them when they make 100. And I definitely support that measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Potter, please forgive me. You may proceed with 2 minutes.
No problem at all, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I rise in support of all three initiatives in the final block of the day. I know they were all vetted thoroughly in the Committee of Jurisdiction, beginning with Bill number 35-0026, an act amending Title 22 and relating to insurers becoming members of the Federal Home Loan Bank. And it gives insurers an opportunity, insurance companies who have to deal with a catastrophic event. It provides an extra potential revenue source that they can tap into. Obviously, that will be beneficial to not just the companies, but to residents of the Virgin Islands who are adversely affected. Bill number 35-0050.
1 minute.
An act establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. Admittedly, my initial response to this bill was that the problem that we've been experiencing has been one of funding primarily. If you do not fund properly the Construction Bureau, we're going to find ourselves in the same boat no matter what you call it. Whether you call it a bureau or you call it a division under the Department of Education. However, I am willing, after listening to the sponsor of the bill, as well as the Department of Education hierarchy, I am willing to try something new. And the bottom line is, though, we need to properly fund maintenance and construction in our schools. That is imperative. So I can support that bill. Bill number 35-0054, the bill allowing for the one lump sum payment to persons who hit the 100-year mark, rather than dividing it up to 4,000 and then 1,000 after they pass away. I fully support granting them the full $5,000 upon them hitting that 100-year mark. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Francis, you may proceed. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I certainly stand in support of Bill 35-0026, which speaks to the Federal Home Loan Program. And we saw recently where there was a banking collapse and the banking crisis that happened with Silicon Valley. And again, this is the kind of resources that's made available to the banking industry, where there's liquidity that's provided, again, to support and assist not the bank in an industry, but the investors, the shareholders, a lot of times may be in trouble. However, that we want to make sure that consumers are protected, and hence we got a very good lesson in listening to that whole Federal Home Loan Program. We had some good representatives there. We had individuals that came down from the banking industry in New York. Certainly Mr. James Kreitz from Merchants Bank, George Dudley. We had our very own Lieutenant Governor's office that really, again, brought some highlight to that respect. In regards to 35.0050, the Education Maintenance Fund, we see the doubling of this fund as this measure continue to move forward. And what was the takeaway for me was the fact that the Army Corps of Engineers indicated that we require at least $15 million on an annual basis for just school maintenance. As we move towards the new schools, we're hoping that that number will be driven down somewhat, over the upcoming years. But in the meantime, we have to put our money where our mouth is, and in this body as the individuals responsible for the purse string of this government is that we have to start to fund the maintenance of our school a little bit better moving forward. Bill number 35-0054, again, allowing for the lump sum payment to our centenarians is something that I support, the $5,000. And what we have seen in the past was that there was an initial disbursement of the $4,000 and then a subsequent disbursement at some point for the funeral service of $1,000. So now we're seeing that a lump sum will be given on that 5,000 total, and we're hoping that the family members will at least safeguard and protect some money for burial when the time comes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will be in support of all of the measures in block number 4.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Gittins, you may proceed. 2 minutes.
Madam Chair and colleagues, at the appropriate time, I'll cast my vote on these measures before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I too would be supporting the bills before us in Block 4. I was able to sit and hear these bills in committee. I commended the sponsor of Bill number 35-0026, which offers security for our people in the Virgin Islands. So I'll be in support of that. Also 35-0050, I think it gives a whole level of attention to our schools, as we have schools that are outdated and we're starting to build new schools. I think this legislation is great. Bill number 35-00554 is special to me, only because I hope God would be merciful to my uncle, Mr. Hezekiah Illich Maddox in Savon, who would be making 100 on May 6th. So I hope that he would be able to see that day so the government of the Virgin Islands could give him his $5,000. Uncle, I hope you're hearing, and God is good to you, and I hope that we would be able to celebrate your birthday on May 6th. So with that being said, colleagues, at this time, I will entertain a motion for amendment. Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, I offer amendment number 35-273, an amendment to bill number 35-0050. Bill number 35-0050 is amended in section 1, internal section 102E, page 7, line 12, by adding after 1 million the following sentence: the Department of Education, acting through its superintendents or principals in consultation with the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, may expend not more than 1,000 of available funds of the Department of Education for minor emergency school maintenance repairs. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Johnson. Johnson, where did I get Jackson? I'm sorry. Senator Johnson. Hearing no objections to the amendment, is so ordered. Motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator.
Thank you, Madam
Senator
Chair.
James.
I move that Bill number 35-0050 as amended be voted on favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Excuse me, sorry. Should I start over?
Yes.
I so move.
So properly moved by Senator James and seconded by Senator Gittins. Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Marie C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 350050, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapter 7, by designating the existing provisions as subchapter 1 and adding a subchapter 2, establishing the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance within the Virgin Islands Department of Education for budgetary purposes, amending Title 33, Chapter 3, Section 3092A, changing the Education Maintenance Fund to the School Construction Maintenance and Capital Fund, and making an appropriation of $2,500,000 from the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund to the School Construction Maintenance and Capital Fund, and for other related purposes, has been voted upon favorably by this Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator James.
Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0026, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code relating to insurers becoming members of a federal home loan bank and matters relating thereto, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator James and seconded by Senator Johnson. Madam Clerk, roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Bolquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, we have 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0026, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code relating to insurers becoming members of a federal home loan bank and matters related thereto, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0054, an act amending Title 1 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, Section 103B, relating to the Centennial Treasurers Award to provide for a single lump sum award payment be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved and seconded by Senator properly moved by Senator Bolkes, seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator James. Bill number 35-0054, an act amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, Section 103B, related to the Centennial Treasures Award to provide for a single lump sum payment has been voted upon favorably by this Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I didn't even call for a roll call. I'm sorry.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion.
Angel L. Bolkes Jr.,
Yay.
Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph absent. Senator Milton Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator, Madam Chair, we have 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm here hurrying for my colleagues, but Bill number 35-0026, an act amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, Section 103B, related to the Centennial Treasures Award.
That was the last one.
35-0054, an act amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, Section 103B, related to the Centennial Treasures Award to provide for a single lump sum award payment, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Colleagues in St. Thomas and St. Croix, this committee, I will allow you shortly. We had 4 blocks today. We had nominations. I think we did a great job getting these bills out within a reasonable time for my colleagues to attend an event in St. Thomas. So, Senator Johnson, you want a point of personal privilege?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to say thanks to all my colleagues for supporting my measures, and hopefully by the time we reach the full committee of whole and session, my other colleagues will understand what this measure is about. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Is there any other point of personal privilege at this time before I adjourn? Okay, well, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has no further business. This committee is hereby adjourned.